Trolli.
Welcome to our land. Sorry that you're here, but better in here, yeah, it's fun in here. Trolli, Trolli, Trolli.
Trolli.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on into the Trolli Brawlhalla Bash Tournament, powered by Brawlhalla, powered by Trolli. I'm AJ Moore 2000, and today I'm going to be casting my good friend there, Slow Motion. Slow Motion, how you feeling about tonight there, my man?
I have been looking forward to ones. I've been looking forward to this event for weeks. Twos, it's a great day, but I'm a ones guy. And I'm going to be a little biased, and I've been looking forward to today. We have got a monster top 8 lining up for everyone. And it is definitely going to be a good one. Going to be a great ones day for the Trolli Brawlhalla Bash. And I can't wait. It's been fun. I've been kind of pacing around my house waiting on the commentating block to start. Just kind of killing time waiting. And the moment has arrived, so I hope everybody is as excited as I am, because we are about to get into it.
Yeah, for sure. And we have some amazing matchups that are going to be coming up here on stream. And if we just go ahead and talk about them straight away. I mean, we got I believe one of our first matchups is going to be Sandstorm versus Meg D. That's a huge matchup to be having up on stream as well. I mean, Sandstorm's most notably one of the best Brawlhalla players of all time. And then you're also facing Meg D, who's one of the best players currently in this time of year. So congrats to both these players on getting in the top 8. They're going to be going against each other here in a little bit. And then we're going to be having Impala versus Luna on stream as well. And these are both semi-final matches as well. All these players that are in top 8 so far are very powerful players. You know that. I know that. And that's probably some of the best players in North America right now. So I can't wait to see how these players do. And it looks like our first matchup is going to be Sandstorm versus Meg D, with Meg D being power rank number 4 and Sandstorm being power rank number 3. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see. Sandstorm's got a lot more of that background to him, but Meg D is also still one of the best players in North America right now. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Sandstorm's kind of been hot here lately. He's been coming back this year, and he kind of had a slow start to the season, but he has been banging out the finishes, especially in ones. Meg D normally doing the same. You know, every event this year, you just see, you know, first, 7th, 3rd, community and majors. Just always top 8, except for you run into summer championships, and my man slipped out at 17. So I'm hoping that, you know, even though this is a community event, he's able to kind of shrug that off and continue this run that he's been going today, because so far so good.
Yeah, for sure. We'll kind of have to see what characters he's going to be really playing. Meg D is known for playing the Val, the Hattori. They've also had 42 sets in tournament with Azuria as well, so that might also be coming out. Yeah. When it comes down to Sandstorm, though, it's a lot of his matches have been with Mirage fairly recently as well. They're known for playing a variety of different characters as well in tournaments. So I really want to see what Sandstorm really pulls out and see how Meg D's character picks go forward with that. And with that being said, we're going into game number 1.
Yeah, you know, we talk about that Azuria pick, you know, 42 times, and he is locking in for number 43. And he's going to go up against Sandstorm here, like you said, on that Mirage. And so far, Meg D, normally known for being a more patient, laid-back player, is putting the pressure so far on Sandstorm in the starting moments of this match.
Yeah, for sure. And with what we're seeing, so a lot of gameplay coming out of Meg D so far. Originally having a lead, but then now Sandstorm having a neutral control so far, and has been really making things a little bit more even. But usually that first round, the first stock I should say, it's a lot of back and forth.
Absolutely. Meg D looking like he might be the first to take that stock off. Sandstorm, though, staying out of the way of that nair, getting a pogo and turning it into a nice string. Oh, gravity cancel D-Light into Sair. He was way down there under Demon Island and still pulled out the positioning. A great stock from Sandstorm.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Sandstorm using the all-arm gameplay to his advantage so far. Getting that sidelight there, allowing himself to get that spear and try to use the range a little bit with that. You're seeing a lot of the new dashing that's been added to Brawlhalla so far, and Meg D's able to read that, get that nice sort of recovery to make things 2 stocks all.
Yeah, Sandstorm threw that weapon away, and it was kind of looked like a misinput off the weapon throw direction. It kind of just threw him off. Megd saw it, was able to get on a Sandstorm in that little misstep and continue to turn up the heat. But Megd, nice little juggle there on Sandstorm with his guitars. He's looking really clean on this Asuri right now. Sandstorm reaching up with the recovery, can't find anything, but catching the sidelight there, but can't find anything else. Megd's doing really good and playing really good position around Sandstorm's movement right now.
Yeah, the speed and momentum that Asuri really has is allowing him to kind of do what he's doing with his character, and he's trying to touch that platform a little bit. He's trying to do some sword neutralize, some sword combos a little bit, trying to take that control from Sandstorm, because Sandstorm can get a lot of his damage build up with that spear on platform. But no matter what, Sandstorm is kind of comfortable with either weapon. Picks up that scythe, gets knocked out there by Megd though. Megd swapping over to those guitars, saying, you know what, I'm gonna weapon starve Sandstorm a little bit. Throws the sword away, and now Sandstorm's without a weapon. Megd's got the guitars. He doesn't really take a whole lot of advantage of it though, does he?
No, that side stick, beautiful dodge from Megd to stay out of the way out of it. Sandstorm's still going to get underneath them with the recovery off of that spear and throw it away. Weapon starve a little bit of 4 and take the scythe back. He's going to try and go ahead and chip away at this last stock of Megd. Megd though getting on those guitars, and we've seen being able to sneak in those quick strings, be able to rack up damage pretty quick, but Sandstorm's kind of having his way with him here back and forth across Demon Island.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're seeing Sandstorm really use their spacing very well, throwing weapons out when he knows they're going to land, and laying those attacks whenever he knows they're going to land. Now currently with unarmed, gets the Silate in, picks up the scythe again, has an opportunity for scythe, neutral air, maybe a dare option, leading into something else. But I think Sandstorm is willing to go a little bit more unarmed than that scythe right now. Swaps over the spear, Silate, trying to get a knockout option. It's going to be close. Let's see what happens.
But he's got a lot of room to work with here, though. Sandstorm's gonna be feeling pretty good right now. Just needs any KO option. There it is. Gonna go ahead and take Megd out of game number 1. Pretty good stock lead on him there. Sandstorm was looking pretty good, and hopefully he can try and carry that momentum coming into the next game.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he was countering what Megd was doing, which is Megd was trying to space him out a little bit, trying to go off the ledge a little bit, trying to break Sandstorm there so he can kind of counteract. But with how Sandstorm was playing, there was no gaps in that gameplay, especially towards the end. And Megd just had a rough time, and he almost has to be counter aggressive to Sandstorm if he wants to counter it. But we're going into round number 2. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Sandstorm did a really good job that last match, balancing out his whole kit. I mean, he even had over 100 damage unarmed. So using all of his tools that he had available and being able to go ahead and secure that dub. We're seeing kind of same of what we saw last game, though. Megd coming out to this explosive start. I think the grab pile would have been good, but he opted to go for that grab to cancel D-Light, hoping to get that 1-2 there, and could not get it. Going to pick up that recovery with Sandstorm being grounded. But Sandstorm coming down, picking him up with a dare, throwing him off stage. And Megd's doing a really good job just getting out of range of Sandstorm and looking for his next opening. But Sandstorm going to close that gap with the side sig into D-Light, Sair, and another Sair. Wow.
Yeah.
That is going to go ahead and take the stock, just leaving me for a lack of words there. Great awareness off that spear off a stage, and turns into a stock.
Yeah, and that's a big deal for Megd and for Sandstorm there. For Megd, keep in mind, he had almost an entire stock lead over Sandstorm, but then just couldn't get his footing there on Sandstorm. He's having a rough time doing it now. Sandstorm goes too far off that ledge, allowing for Megd to do so, get his footing, get that side air in, and it's 2 stocks all. But Megd's in the orange of that second stock right now, so he's got to be a little bit careful. He's got to make sure he lands a lot of damage build up whenever he can. And Sandstorm's going to try to use that scythe a little bit more, use that range. But you're seeing Megd backdash a little bit. He's not going for things unless he knows they 100% land. And Sandstorm's like, nice. Oh, there you are.
Another one. Hit him with a dare. That's going to pull him down. Nothing to come back. Oh, no, Megd, I mean, if he can just get a dodge read or 2, he can be able to rack up enough damage to put Sandstorm in KO range that second stock. He was having a hard time getting anything going with the guitars that time. But we're going to see how the sword works out for him as he tries to go into the air with Sandstorm. And Sandstorm's going to pick him up with a sidelight. Okay, back and forth, reaching for it. Sandstorm, wrong direction, but going to stay out of the offensive from Megd. Getting 2-piece, but can't find the third. He's searching for it. There we go, getting a nice read, but Sandstorm gonna shut it down with a signature. and toss him off stage. Megdi, we're going to recover back up, but is going to get absolutely bodied. He went ahead, turned it around, dared in the opposite direction. Let's go ahead and go next.
Yeah, for sure. And Megdi's going to have to find some type of way of getting his momentum back to himself. Because if you're even looking at these replays here, I mean, Sandstorm realistically was being like throwing Megdi off the ledge. He was knocking him off like Spirit. Was it like, I think we had like Scythe Ground Pound and the Dare options as well. And that Scythe Dare is just destroying Megdi right now. So we'll have to kind of see what happens going forward, going into this next game. But this is going to be a very big deal for Megdi. He's going to have to find a way to regain that control of the platform because Sandstorm's just controlling it like crazy. With 369 damage with Scythe, 38 with Unarmed, and 71 with Spear. Yeah.
And it was definitely that Scythe. Gonna go ahead and rack up just enough damage to get it done in pretty clean fashion. Megdi's gonna have to figure something out. We are gonna see a swap. But is it going to be enough? I don't know.
I don't know either because it's gonna. I think it's definitely needed a character change. I think he's definitely favoring that sword. We see it with all of his characters that he chooses, like Val and Tori, etc.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of have to see. But we've also seen Sandstorm keep this momentum with Spear and with Scythe. We're seeing a lot with Scythe right now, which is why he's staying on it. But I mean, right now, a lot of the time, Sandstorm is just landing these attacks on options that make these missing a little bit too.
Yeah.
Their recovery comes in.
Sandstorm's literally in his head right now. The reads coming off of this Scythe are actually pretty impressive.
Ooh.
We say that though, Megdi's gonna send him off stage, and that dare to the top of the head is gonna be enough to get it done. And a Sandstorm is gonna be in here with Megdi. So right now, having that small advantage.
Yeah, Megdi now choosing the Scythe here. Does get knocked out there by Sandstorm's side signature with that Mirage. But we might see Megdi kind of, I mean, he was starting to do a little bit against Sandstorm with that Scythe. So we'll see if he's going to swap to a little bit. Yeah, they're just both going to go face each other unarmed. Megdi's going to pick up his Scythe. He's going to try to do something with it. But he's also fighting someone. Look at him weapon storm Sandstorm.
I mean, what else can you do? I mean, he is absolute desperation trying to stay in this set right now. But we've seen Sandstorm has no problem racking up some damage off of that unarmed. But now he has that Spear again. And Megdi missing with the sidelight. Sandstorm getting a little bit of a punish on it. But Megdi's going to throw him off stage. Going to try and get an edge guard in. Can't find anything, but going to send him off the other side. Sandstorm going to be able to place back down. And now he's going to go back to work on Megdi.
Yeah, for sure. And it's definitely even on these second stocks. You're seeing a Scythe v Scythe right now between these players here. The speed and the momentum they're trying to gain with it. Sandstorm relaying that down like very, very nicely there on the Megdi. Megdi's able to touch that ledge, but not without Sandstorm getting that recovery knockout option on the Megdi. And Sandstorm's up a little bit. Megdi's starting to lose his footing a little bit over Sandstorm.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad for him right now, to be honest. I mean, it's not a complete lost cause in this game yet, but being able to take this dub and then 2 more against the way Sandstorm is playing on this Mirage, because he is absolutely out of his mind right now. Oh, as soon as Sandstorm's catching every landing, every dodge. Jeez. All right,
I mean,
Megdi.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Megdi almost just died off that option Sandstorm took. But Megdi's like, you know what? I'm gonna rebuttal here. I'm gonna knock that Sandstorm down to that final stock, and Megdi's gonna try to use that Scythe there a little bit. But Scythe v Scythe is for this final stock realistically. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the movement they're trying to read each other on is insane.
Absolutely, but Sandstorm missing. Okay, they are whiffing. All right, okay. Now that we've got some connections happening again. Sandstorm's gonna pick him up and continue to put that pressure. Caught him with another D-Light. Oh no, Megdi avoiding the pogo. Gonna swap positions with Sandstorm, but Sandstorm's gonna push him right back out. Double Sair. That's gonna be the end of it. And Megdi is gonna be going down to elimination side and trying to make his way back up.
Yeah, and overall, that entire game, what we realistically saw from Sandstorm was the momentum and speed that he was really throwing out. Sandstorm caught Megdi with that Spear side signature in the beginning, then got the Scythe attack there on Megdi towards the end, and then overall went back to Spear to try to mix things up and caught Megdi off guard. So when it comes down to how Sandstorm was playing, it was very much a very aggressive play style. It was countering how Meg D was playing, and with Sandstorm using the new dodging in Brawlhalla, or the newer style dodging in Brawlhalla, it's been countering Meg D, and it worked out into their favor. So congrats to Sandstorm on winning that set 3-0 to go into the winners final.
Yeah, that was a pretty dominating set from Sandstorm. He's we talk about him being back this year, and him and Boomy have been teaming up, and they've been doing their thing, but he has just been mixing things up in ones, especially here as we get towards, we've been in the second half of the season. He has just really been doing his thing, and it's really good to see him come back, really good to see him be such a dominating force again in the one side of the competition. And he's guaranteed himself a spot in winners final, guaranteed top 3. And we'll have to see what he's able to accomplish tonight. That will be for another set of commentators here after a while. You and I still need to finish through this round of the winner's side. And who do we have up next, JJ?
Well, up next that we have on stream should be Impala versus Luna. Impala and Luna are some of the best players in North America. They're PR1 and PR2. Currently, based off of PR, the best in North America. Luna has been playing a lot of Lucian, a lot of Mordex. He's been also teasing towards the Taros option as well. So we might see that Taros option come up. When it comes down to Paula, we know that for that Kaya, almost all their tournament sets have been with Kaya, 122 of them to be exact here. And I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to kind of see how Luna is going to be really playing against Impala. Is he going to pull that Taros out? Is he going to try to use that? I mean, I bet both these players are happy they're winning Gummy Worms either way. So we'll kind of have to see how they do and see who's going to be going into the winners final.
Yeah, Impala's, this has been a crazy year for him. He's right now, he is, the world champ, going to be defending his title here in just a couple months. But every tournament he's in, whether it be Moose Wars, whether it be the majors or the other lanes we've had, he got third in DreamHack Dallas, second in Valencia. He's just been absolutely playing out of his mind on the one side, and he is going to go up against one of the best in the game. But we're going to see how that plays out against Luna. It's been a little back and forth with him when it comes to, so far this year. So we'll have to see how that plays out, and this should be a pretty exciting set, honestly.
I'm just happy to see Luna back on that Taros a little bit. Like when Luna started popping off with his skills in tournaments, when he first started getting his first placements, it was with that Taros. So we're seeing him come back on it with the axe, with the hammer, and I can't wait to see what he does with it going against Impala here. And when it comes down to Impala Luna, Impala's a land warrior, but when it comes down to Luna, he's an online guy as well. So
yeah,
I think Luna's got the advantage when it comes down to online, but will Impala say, you know what, it's going to change here?
Well, one thing that's interesting about this matchup is, Impala plays Kaya, and that's just what he plays. If Luna starts having an issue off this Taros, and we're seeing this engagement off stage, but if Luna has a problem getting anywhere with this Taros, he has literally 15 other legends that he can pull out of his pocket that he's very, very efficient on. And but Impala doesn't. Ooh, nice stop. Impala doesn't really have that bag of legends to be able to switch up the strategy or switch up the legend selection against Luna if things aren't going his way. Luna clapping right back and taking that stock, and we are all even going into the second stock for both these players.
Yeah, for sure. But I think with how Impala plays, he can change his playstyle very quickly when it comes down to facing other players, just because of his knowledge behind the character.
Yeah.
So he might approach with one option. He might say, you know what, I'm going to stay a little bit back a little bit. He's going to have to do that against Luna right now if he wants to kind of counter that axe a little bit, unless he wants to be aggressive with that bow. But this is very even so far. We're almost a minute 30 in, and this is going to be a close one, I feel.
Yeah, no, I definitely think this is a set that could go the distance. And, it's Luna and Impala. Why wouldn't you want to go to a game 5? Impala's going to go ahead and get the juggle, looking for another one off stage. Weapon throw going out a little outside, but it takes away Luna's options from getting back up on stage. But he is going to pick him up with that hammer, and he's opted to stay. Okay. unarmed. Gonna go ahead and get his punches in. Very nice. And now he's on the spear. Let's see who is gonna be the first to get the stock. And I cannot believe that did not have enough momentum off the terrace to get that stock. But the Sayer will, and Luna is gonna take this advantage in putting Impala on his final stock.
Yeah, and right now Luna is using that hammer a lot. The hammer's not been really used a whole lot when it comes down to in tournaments. A lot of people just because where hammer's at, and they've been using it quite a lot as a secondary weapon here, and it's been definitely catching Impala off guard a little bit with how they've been playing with it. Now Luna's going to try to pick up a weapon, does get knocked out there by Impala's bow, and it's one stock all. It is very even so far. Luna using it unarmed to his benefit there. It gets countered there by Impala a little bit. Luna without a weapon. It's gonna make Impala be able to get some more damage build up. Launches Luna into the yellowish orange. We'll have to see what happens here, because I mean Luna's got also a 9, was it like an 8 or 9 damage Taros?
Yeah.
As well. So
he did go.
But
he acted like he was going for it, and then he turned around like he wasn't going for it, but my man still went for it. He came up empty, couldn't quite get any damage off that arm, but it was definitely a risky move. We see Luna taking him up in the air right now and looking for... Oh no, we're the movement, just like we saw in our last set, but the movement between these guys are really wanting them gummy worms. Gonna go ahead and send him up to that top right corner. And we're gonna see the off-stage pressure. Gonna lay the signatures down, looking for. Ooh, what a dare! He felt that one. Gonna take him down to the bottom, and Impala is gonna take a game of number 1 over Luna.
Yeah, I think it came down to that final stock too, because even if you're looking at these replays here between Impala and Luna, it was very even down to the final game. But once Impala had Luna on unarmed and Luna didn't grab that weapon, it allowed him to get a little bit more of a damage build up, which allowed for Impala to get that knockout option towards the end. And I mean, you look at this last stock or second stock knockout on Luna. I mean, that was a nice, that's a frame attack option there. So down signature missed that one. Then he follows up with a dare, and that dare has so much force, especially with bow.
Oh,
so
man.
It's gonna be interesting to kind of see what happens as we go into game number 2 between these players. And I don't know, I think it's going to be close, and those little things that another player can take advantage of is what's going to get them that win. And Impala showed that in game number 1. Let's see how play styles change going into game number 2.
Well, we talk about those pocket picks that Luna has. He's opting to stay on that Roman Reigns. He is locked in on the Taros.
Yeah.
We're going to go into Miami Dome. Those platforms are going to mix things up a little bit as we drop in here and see who's going to get that first weapon drop. It is going to be Impala, and gets a quick little pogo there to start us off.
For sure. Now Luna's having that hammer option there against Impala. Nice dare. Actually launches Impala into the air. I don't think that was the main thing he was trying to aim for, but we're seeing Impala have the center platform ritual right now, and with Spear, that's what you needed for damage buildup. These side lights, and you can do downlight sider combos, or you can do other options outside of that. But realistically, that's what Impala needs to do damage buildup. When it comes to Luna's character, he can be in the air, he can kind of be anywhere because of how much damage his character gets when it comes down to stats. We'll kind of have to see what happens here, because Luna could just do a 5-piece, 6-piece, or even 7-piece combo and launch him and knock him out pretty easily. Comes down if Luna can land it.
Oh, I don't even know if it would take that much off of that axe, but Impala being super sneaky, getting under there, gonna finish that stock off unarmed. And gonna starve him out and go straight back to work on Luna. Oh
my gosh.
He didn't need to do all that. That was not necessary. Luna though gonna go ahead and try not to let it phase him, going straight back to work. Gonna see if he no starve. No, just gonna catch him with the insig and go straight off stage.
Nice.
Ooh, Luna didn't like that. He went straight back, got that stock gone. He's gonna sit there and starve him out and opt to stay on the X.
Well, with Axe, it's got a lot of damage buildup, and it's definitely in a good spot compared to Hammer. You're going to see him choose it a lot more. That's one of the main reasons why he swapped over to Taros again. And just like that, it's an even game between Luna and Impala. The amount of damage buildup that Axe has is really showing, and now you're going to see Luna try to maybe use Hammer a little bit, maybe use it for knockout options. Wants to go back to the Axe. So, oh, that side signature barely lands on
I can't
him.
believe that hit,
And
bro.
Impala is down to his final stock. But I am going to say this. When it comes down to Luna, he's doing a lot better now. Originally, though, Impala was reading off of the options Luna was giving Impala by missing different attacks. So as long as Luna is making sure he lands all his attacks he's throwing out, he's going to be good. But right now, Luna's down to that final stock. It's 1v1 when it comes down to stocks here. Who's going to take the advantage? Who's going to win game number 2?
I don't know, but Impala's looking really good, and he does have some pretty hefty speed and some pretty hefty defense behind him on that Kaya pick. Oh, but Luna's going to shut down. I don't think he's coming back from that. No, he's not. Ground pound to the top of the head. Oh, what? No.
Oh.
Dare? How is this man not knocked out cold in the streets of Miami Dome? You have got to be kidding me. Fighting unarmed, looking for that drop. Can't find it. Luna's going to shut it down. Stomp, Sayer. Back over on the hammer. Caught him again. Get him out of here. We're tying the setup going into game number 3. Bro.
It's funny, like it's funny because even towards the end of that stock, and we'll see on the replay, I mean that hammer has been what's been getting Luna those knockout options there. We saw that the first game. Then we see Luna coming with the axe, that side signature. That signature is just catching Impala off guard. Then we see Luna with the hammer again, the neutral light, which knocks out on that, and then shows the dog in him by showing it with that signature there right towards the end as well. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I think Luna is trying to get more comfortable with the character when it comes down to facing Impala. It's a different speed, different momentum than he's used to, because he's used to playing guitars. He's used to playing that close range. He's not used to playing that middle and long range just yet. That's why in that game number 1, Impala took it over him. But we'll have to see. We're going to game number 3 here. I want to see what happens from Impala. I want to see if Luna is going to improve on that middle and long range gameplay. And I mean, both these players are really showing what they're made of. And we're going to game number 3.
Man, game number 3, and I'm already wore out in this set, man. These guys are absolutely scrapping. We knew there was no way Impala was going to go back to Miami Dome. Going to bring it over to Demon Island and see if that fares a little better for him. But Luna is looking really good and almost like he's got something figured out. Maybe a little bit on Impala as he sends him out with a stomp Sayer.
Oh, the weapon throw. Stomp into Sidelight. Maybe get a knockout option here. But I think this map really benefits Luna, though, because the floor of this map is very low. The sides are also very low. But he also can't get knocked off the ceiling either, just because of the spear recovery, too. But Luna does go ahead, use that hammer to his advantage, and knock out Impala to the second stock. And Luna so far has had this momentum and is taking it over Impala. And it's not allowing for Impala to do that damage build that he needs.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to get the stock back, and he needs to do it pretty quickly before Luna's able to rack up some more bonus damage off that stock. He does it with the Sayer getting back up on stage. Impala getting up underneath him, though. Oh, missing with that signature, and he's going to pay for it. But he comes back with a Sayer off that bow. Going to go out there unarmed against that axe. That is really scary. But he's able to get back, and now he is the one with the weapon advantage. And Luna somehow, some way, staying out of that down sig.
Yeah, for sure. And now it's going to come down to the final hits here.
Oh.
And Impala gets knocked out of the second stock. Luna is up 2 stocks over Impala. And it's coming down to knocking off the sides and the floor of this map.
Yeah. Luna's absolutely cooking right now on this axe. Impala's trying to get a good edge guard, but he can't get anything on Luna. Luna's just getting the advantage in every situation except for that dare right to the back of the head. Gonna send him down to the bottom of the map. But he still has another stock he has got to chip through to even have a chance of being able to pull this game back.
Yeah, and it's a very big, steep climb for Impala if he does want to go ahead and win this round. The momentum's going to Luna. Luna's feeling very comfortable right now with that terrorist pick against Impala now. And Impala's realizing that, trying to take that control from him. Was able to do a little bit, but then allows Luna to come back to that ledge. Luna with the 2-piece combo. Luna missing the dare, gets stomp side air instead. And Luna takes game number 3 to his name, making this 2-1 in favor of Luna so far. I love that taunt towards the end, too. That's an awesome taunt to have as well with the scuba helmet. But right now Luna is just using that hammer for the knockout options. He's using axe for the damage buildup and then following up with that hammer right afterwards. And we'll kind of have to see what happens, but Luna definitely didn't play Spear and Bow, so we'll have to see what their damage statistics are a little bit later. But game number 4, Luna is up 1 over Impala. What's Impala gonna do to make things better?
I don't know. I think Luna's kind of got it figured out with this Taros. I mean, Kaya defense doesn't really matter much when it just keeps getting smacked in the face with Taros Sayers. So, I mean, it's just kind of doing a really good job chipping through that defense and being able to still rack up massive damage. And the movement's just really good off of it. And Impala, even using that speed, is still having a really hard time getting any openers and really doing much against Luna's Taros at this point. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah.
Luna's absolutely cooking on him right now.
Oh, missed that side signature though. Oh, but he's neutral. He read the impulse jump too. Yeah. And Luna takes the stock off of Impala. Impala is having a rough time really trying to take control. Very nice control from Luna so far. Getting some damage onto Impala, trying to mix things up with that hammer. That hammer is messing up Impala right now, and Luna knows that, and is focusing on using that weapon, trying to make sure she doesn't run into spear combos. Nice weapon throw into Dare. Oh my gosh.
Luna is absolutely going off on this map right now and still standing there in the middle, planting his feet, fighting unarmed. See how long it takes him to get rid of this axe, or if he's going to use it to go ahead and get rid of this stock. Nice Sayer coming from Impala, throwing his weapon away. Luna as well. Weapon throw from Luna, still getting him in the top of the head. And now we're back. He's going to go up in the air after him. Nothing but stomp. Going to pick him up again and throw him up in the air. Miss him with a neutral sig. We're going to see Kaya over here on the right side. Impala looking for a good edge guard, but no, going to back up, give him the space to get hit with another stomp Sayer off of this hammer. Oh! Whoa!
That was nice from Impala. He realized that movement very quickly and then took advantage of it very well. Luna missing that ground pound option, went a little bit risky there. Just trying to get the second stock knockout, and Impala's low to it. But Impala might be able to take advantage of the way Luna's playing. Luna's going for very risky knockout options there because he feels too comfortable. Luna with the neutral light. Impala goes down to that final stock, and Luna's up an entire stock right now.
Yeah, he's got himself in a really good position to be able to take this set. And I mean, ever since that first game, Impala just has not had the answer. Although he's getting a good juggle on Luna right now, but Luna being able to get the reversal on that platform and being able to just lay those grounded attacks and catch Impala almost without missing. Like sorry. Oh,
yeah.
Nice Sayer. Weapon throw coming down. The movement is just insane off of Militaris. You think of such a slow legend and such slow weapons, and he's just moving at Mach 1,000 across the screen right now. But Impala gonna get that weapon throw and gonna get that stock off, but he is inching towards orange, and Impala's gonna have to be able to do something here to take back this damage deficit.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit here. Luna's really showing that with his gameplay. He's baiting for different attacks. Nice signature coming in from Luna, allowing for Impala to get 2-piece. That almost led to like a really cool clip, but Luna's being a little bit more safe there. Gets that 2-piece. He's gonna go for a down signature probably. Yeah. He's just like, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and taunt you a little bit by moving around. Gets that falling side air and knocks out Impala of that final stock. And Luna beats Impala 3-1 to go into the winner's final of this tournament. And overall, that hammer has been coming out a lot from Luna. This is a weapon that we rarely see in the 1v1 side tournaments around this style patch. It's been a while since we've seen it, and it's really showing the power it has, and that's a huge deal. I mean, I want to see how Luna does with that hammer, with that axe, going at Sandstorm, especially with how Sandstorm's been playing aggressive with that scythe and with the spear as well. So we'll kind of have to see. But with that being said, I believe we're heading into a quick couple-minute break before we go into our next matchup here. But is there anything you want to say before we go to break there, Slow Motion?
No, I think Winners Finals is going to be an epic battle. Sandstorm and Luna in Winners Finals. That's going to be a saucy set. But we are going to take it, like you said, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to head down to elimination side. And so we're still waiting on people to drop in, so we're going to have to see what's brewing down there. That being said, go get you something to drink, go use the restroom. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
No way she's still sleeping. Seriously? Babe, wake up. If you keep sleeping, you're gonna miss me cast the Brawlhalla X Trolli tournament this weekend. There's a $3,000 prize pool, and not to mention, top placers in 1s and 2s get a boatload of candy. You need to get up right now and turn on twitch.tv/nsigofficial, or you're gonna miss all the great games. Babe? Just as beautiful as the day we met.
There goes Luna, another Saturn experience with back-to-back 1v2s. 3-0s, Luna and Pugsy.
And he still has a chance to get the W!
Are you kidding me?
It's just struggling. Sarah doubling up. He goes all the way out there. What a ridiculous.
One of those barely situations.
team
combo. Oh, the down stick into the neutral stick. And Pugsy.
Ryu holding on the down air.
In the middle of two gauntlet players, this could turn bad, and there it is. It's gonna hurt. It's the worst. And you are gonna lose game number 2.
String so many things together. Both of his weapons looking good. My man is still sweating. He's dead. He's dead.
Hughes has done it. He has unseated Luna. Vamos, Brazil.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. You didn't need the extra hits, but he wanted them.
Headphones on. Empower. What an incredible performance. He is your 1v1 Brawlhalla World Champion.
Welcome back, guys. I hope we didn't leave you too long because we are back. And man, that trailer for BCX looks so good, AJ. It was amazing. It was amazing last year. It's gonna be hyped this year. We are literally only a couple months away, guys. BCX.live. Go over, get signed up, get signed up, get signed up. November 3rd to the 5th. You get to hang out with me on my birthday. It doesn't get any cooler than that. So you guys, make sure you guys get over there and get signed up. I'll be there. AJ's gonna be there. You just can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Get signed up, guys. Get signed up.
Yeah, for sure. And BCX is the world championship for Brawlhalla, and it's the biggest event for Brawlhalla in the entire year. So yes, you've seen summers, yes, you've seen autumns, yes, you've seen Trolli, the Trolli Brawlhalla Bash, but the biggest event is always going to be the BCX, the world championships in Atlanta, Georgia, November 3rd through 5th. And make sure you guys go and sign up. Me and Slow Motion have been there before. We were both there last year. There was a lot of people, over 600 people there. Make sure you guys go and sign up as well. And it's going to be a very big event. It was big last year. It's probably going to be a lot bigger this year. So it should be very interesting to see how it turns out.
Everything just always continues to grow with Brawlhalla Esports. And they don't tend to go backwards. Last year was crazy. I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us this year. Do not miss out on that. It's super sad sitting at home and watching everybody go hang out and play Brawlhalla without you. So don't miss out. Don't miss out. That being said,
I'm wearing a shirt from last year.
I don't have mine on. But this is from BCX. This was in our swag bag. This is still from BCX.
Yeah, for sure.
We're kind of just chilling, waiting on this bracket to kind of move forward here on the elimination side, so we can bring you guys some more sweaty matches. What else do we have to talk about, AJ? We got BCX coming up. I got Bearded Brawls next week. You guys can go over to beardedbrawls.com. You guys can get signed up for that. There's all kinds of stuff. It's Brawlhalla Community Esports. There's always something going on.
Yeah, well, there's also something that has been going on today, and that was going to be the sponsor for this event on top of Brawlhalla, which is Trolli. And by the way, if you guys get top 16 in the 1v1 event as well, you guys got a lot of candy. And I mean a lot. We got a lot. I mean, I could do this. It's a lot of candy. So if you guys got top 16 in 1v1s, you guys did qualify yourself for a care package, just like me and Slow Motion did. As all the bags are falling out of my hands here, make sure you guys go ahead and whoever got top 16, congrats. Whoever got top 8 and 2s, congrats to them. And it's a lot of good candy. Shout out to Trolli for sponsoring this event, sending us this care package, and sending all the players care packages as well. It's definitely awesome to have Trolli involved with Brawlhalla as well. So congrats to all those players. And with that being said, we are currently waiting on our matchup right now.
I got a question, AJ.
What's that?
So Luna won yesterday. Luna and Snowy. Mm-hmm. So does he get, like, my man's sitting in winners finals, does he get 2 boxes of Trolli gummy worms? He does? That's confirmed for production. Holy crap. Man.
So he's getting, was it 40 bags?
That's
of candy? A lot. This is 20. I still have it in my hands.
Oh God. My man's. Luna.
Drop these real quick. Yeah,
that's crazy. Because like I said, the one care package that I received, that is a lot of gummy worms. I've been passing them out to everybody. Here, you want some Trolli gummy worms? You want some gummy worms? My kids took some home with them. I still have an entire box behind me full. I have bags on my desk. I'm being taken over by worms, and I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, and with that being said, we have a lot of gummy worms, and we are currently already having our next matchup. Looks like it's ready. We have a game. We're going to give them a minute here, just because the fact that we had Jeff waiting for the winner of Phazon and Pierre. It went to game number 5, and Pierre beat Phazon 3-2. So that's a lot of pressure to be having that and then getting into top 8. Might need a minute after that game, but Pierre is now guarantee for top 8 for this event, going against Jeff Wardo. And also Snowy also qualified themselves for this top 8 of this event by beating the player I'm Llama 3. They went to game 5 for that one too. A lot of game 5s happening in top 3 too as well. And Snowy's going to be going against the winner of Java and Flow State, which, by the way, Flow State also used to go by the name Flower as well. It beat Capsar, beat Shoes, beat Balloon Boy. He's now facing Java getting top 8. That man's going crazy.
Oh yeah. When we were looking at the bracket, I'm like, Jeff who? But he's definitely making his way through here. And I mean, Pierre's definitely a more well-known name, but Pierre hasn't really been doing a whole lot this season. I mean, he's won a couple community tournaments, got a dub for Ghost League. Looks like he came in 9th at Coral Clash, your event, but 97th in San Diego, 17th in Springs. He was able to pull out a 9th for Summer Championship, but just we used to see Pierre he kept getting higher, kept going higher, and he kind of fell off for a little bit. And it's nice to see him kind of making his way up and getting some better placements here towards the end of the season.
Yeah, for sure. And they'll be facing Jeff. I keep in mind, Pierre's PR17. I mean, he's what I like to call a community demon. He's the guy that's been going crazy in community events over the past couple of years. He's been the main person that's been almost in every single one.
Yeah.
And that is kind of chilled back a little bit on that this year. But they'll be facing Jeff, who's PR50. And from what I remember, from what I was told, Jeff was going to actually DQ after losing to Phasal on the winner's side, but then decided to play because he wanted to face Truck Stop, which, by the way, Jeff beat Truck Stop to get into top 8. So that's a major upset when it comes down to Jeff and Truck Stop there. And Jeff's continuing to play because they beat Truck Stop. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see how they do against Pierre. I want to see how his playstyle really does. Jeff, known for playing Thor overall, with 11 sets reported with the Thor overall. So I want to see if they're going to be playing that Thor. Hammer seems to be doing pretty good so far this event, based off of what Luna's been doing with the new movement, etc. So we'll have to see what kind of happens. But Pierre, I mean, they play a variety of different characters that he could pull out of his arsenal, and I really want to see how they do.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of glancing over here. He has got some fans in chat. Chat is cheering their boy Jeff on right now, saying he's gonna worm his way into top 4. We'll have to see. Pierre is definitely a monster. We've seen him do some pretty crazy things, and we'll have to see how that fate, which I think we'll see, plays out against my man Jeff here.
Yeah, for sure. And while things are booting up, I mean, keep in mind, we also gotta consider Jeff's also on West, and he's playing on these servers. So he's a West native. I mean, one of the main reasons why he was able to go to DreamHack San Diego. So it's definitely going to be interesting to kind of see how they do with that Thor against Pierre as well. And I mean, Pierre has been doing well. I mean, he's been trying to play a little bit more, especially going into getting ready for Autumns and then BCX. So you're going to see them play a little bit more going forward, but it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting to kind of see how these players do. Just playing Dusk?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Pierre's never won a major.
No, I don't think he has. He's won community events, a lot of them though.
He's never won a major. Interesting. I just kind of assumed he has. You know what I mean? But yeah, he has not. Okay, but we're gonna see this orb matchup here from the Dusk and the Fayette. See if that works out for him or not. Drop it in, and Jeff gonna pick up that first weapon drop.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting because Pierre's playing that Scythe, and Scythe's also in a really good spot right now. I want to see how they do against Jeff's orb and spear. I mean, we're seeing a lot of neutral lights come out of Pierre. Sidelight Sider from Jeff. That's a true combo with orb. He's just trying to throw that sidelight out a lot, and we're even seeing it right now. Sidelight Sider. He's gonna go for these the entire time. I almost guarantee it.
Oh no! Oh,
he saved him. Oh,
they're both going.
That works out.
They're both going. All right, it worked out.
Dude, that was a crazy off edge, but realistically, Pierre would have gotten it unless Jeff got that dare option as well. But I mean, Pierre is also getting a little bit more aggressive, which allowed for Jeff to do that too. You also got to consider the fact that Pierre had to go off that ledge to try to get that punish. So Jeff doing pretty well so far against Pierre. Pierre is pulling a book from some other players that we know and trying to stay a little bit backwards there and say, you know what, I'm not going to be too aggressive. I was just aggressive. I got punished for it. Let me see what I can do.
I mean, so far so good. I mean, Jeff is definitely holding his composure against Pierre right now. Caught him with that neutral sig, and he's holding on to this advantage. Coming back down on the other side of Pierre, catching him with that Sarah off the spear. Pierre going up with recovery, can't find anything, but Jeff is right back down on top of him. Pierre going to toss him out over, but that pogo with a lot of momentum. He does have the options to get back, but gets recovered back up to the sky. Back on, oh my goodness, another Sarah from that spear from Jeff is going to put Pierre on his final stop.
I didn't realize Jeff's spear was so good. See, I'm used to him playing that Thor, which is hammer and orb. And he's doing very well with how he's approaching Pierre with that spear. Right now, we do see Pierre coming in that ground pound knockout with orb, making things one stack even. And Jeff's going to taunt a little bit and try to get into Pierre's mental a little bit. But it should be interesting to kind of see what he does. But he can't be too risky here against Pierre because he's going to give up that stop before he has an opportunity to rebuttal.
Yeah. Absolutely, Jeff trying to hold his ground over here on this left side of the stage. Pierre getting behind him, going to toss him over and try and take stage control with the scythe. Jeff coming down with the nair, can't find it though, but Pierre with a nair of his own going to send him up. Back on orb, can't find nothing with his nair. Okay, it's just back and forth. Pierre trying to lay it down. It gets a good Sarah on him. That is Mike is going to do it. Pierre going to take game number one. I'm not quite sure how he was able to pull that back. Jeff was absolutely cooking on him there for a while.
I think it came down to Jeff relying on spear. When it came down to damage, more likely that Jeff had, it was with orb. That first stock, by the way, was just crazy. That shouldn't have been a thing, but that was a thing for a double knockout. But it just came down to Pierre getting that center control. You're seeing Jeff Wardo or Jeff really try to punish with that spear. But he can punish, it just has to be at the higher damage stock that he's going to have to do. So Orb's going to have to be that buildup, while Spear is going to be the knockout option. But Jeff swaps over to that Thor pick, and maybe that hammer will do him a little bit more justice.
Yeah, he tried it, and obviously feels a little more comfortable on that Thor, and so far so good. He's just gonna stomp neutral sig his way through here. Oh my goodness, come on, bro. There's no shot. Does he go for a fourth one? Oh my god.
For a fifth? Can we see the fifth? Come on, go for it.
There's no way. There's no way. That'll work though.
Dude, I know Jeff has to be laughing his head off right now against Spear.
I can't believe
that was
happened.
Crazy. That was funny as well. Oh my gosh.
Pierre though on that site, he's been sticking to this Fayette. It worked out for him in game number one. Jeff though getting a good edge guard in on that orb. A double whiff though is going to put Pierre in position to try and rack up some good damage here. Oh, there we go. Recovery up. Looking for it again. Can't find it. Okay. Oh, Jeff might be in trouble, and Pierre did hit it, and he's gonna get a got it. Oh my god, he did get a second one.
Dude, that control from Pierre though off that ledge. I mean, just between the unarmed and scythe, just really confirmed that knockout option. But Jeff is doing stick on hammer. It's working. Don't get all of it if you can avoid it, because that scythe is destroying Jeff right now when it comes down to the orb and scythe gameplay. And this here, he's doing the same thing. What? The fact he keeps landing is crazy to me. But yeah, we'll kind of have to see what happens going forward. We're seeing Pierre trying to play a little bit unarmed, trying to mix things up so he can get that scythe. But Jeff has that range with hammer. I'm waiting for the stomp side or stomp signature knockout again. We'll see.
He's looking for it. Pierre catching him, taking him up in the air, but right there, stomp. Sarah gonna get it done, and Jeff now has the advantage. He's got a little bit of fuel left in that tank for that second stock, but oh my god, chill out. There's no reason for that, Jeff. So many nairs. So many.
That last one shouldn't have hit at all. I think it caught him by surprise too.
Right.
His follow-up option was for that to fall.
Right. He didn't. Oh, yeah. Being able to finesse out that stock. And he's going to go ahead and juggle weapons, trying to keep Jeff off of him. And Pierre is going to try and close this out and go up 2-0.
He's going to try to, but it's up to Jeff's hammer. It's going to come down to that. I mean, Pierre's sight's doing very well. Oh, Jeff with that. Yeah, it just gave him that opportunity. All right, Jeff using his movement very well. Oh, try to go for recovery, gets punished. Oh, and that's the thing. When it comes down to hammer, you're going to have to be able to land everything as you possibly can without whiffing anything, or else Pierre is going to be able to rebuttal against that. Stomp side air. You have the knockout opportunity. Take it from Pierre.
Oh, no.
Oh. Uh-oh, Jeff's got no hammer. He's got orb. Oh, that lands.
I can't believe that landed.
I
can't believe that landed. No, Pierre's going to get up underneath him. No, he has, orb recovery, bro. Orb recovery. Gonna get it done from Pierre, put him up 2-0, and just like that, Jeff's back is absolutely against the wall. He has got to get 3 in a row against this Fate.
See, he can do it. The problem, he's gonna have to play. He's gonna be playing the Undertaker again. It's gonna come down to how he really approached. I think the stress at the end kind of probably got to him, because I mean, he would try going off that ledge. He tried going for the knockout option. But with how Scythe is played off ledge, you get countered by it pretty hard. And that allowed for Jeff, that allowed for the weapon of Jeff to leave his hands and have to go to orb. So it was just an unfortunate ending of that as well. But either way, we're going to game number 3. Pierre's up 2. Will Jeff take a game over Pierre?
I really hope so. I mean, he's power rank 50. He has made it into top 8. Let this man get a game and not just get completely stomped out here by Pierre. He's been playing so well, just hasn't been able to finish. He's had Pierre in his sights and just has not been able to finish. And he is trying to starve Pierre out here and work that orb and try and get something going. And so far, it hasn't been working out too well. Pierre is playing tight and being able to keep that damage advantage so far.
That orb looked like it should have hit.
It should have. Right.
Look, okay, neutral leg comes in. Air comes in. Follow-up option, maybe a signature option. He might throw that out. Oh, Pierre throws it out instead. Yes. Gets 2-pieced. Oh, runs into a weapon. Is able to touch the ledge. Pierre gets the sidelight option. Is getting really risky with that, but now Jeff has hammer. He's got a knockout opportunity available to him.
Oh no!
All the Pierre sidelight sider comes in, and that's a true combo. It's gonna be a knockout.
Oh yeah, I mean that is any Orbs player absolute bread and butter, and Pierre making it work. Great knockout option. And was able to take first strike against Jeff. Let's see how much bonus damage Pierre's going to be able to get. So far, he's definitely racking it up, and a sidelight stare from Jeff coming out, but not going to be enough momentum to take that stock off Pierre. Reversal coming back down. Double dare. Hit him again. Hit him again, and he does. Jeff coming back up with that orb recovery. It'll save you. It'll save you so many times. Orb recovery, such a good, versatile part of an orb player's kit. And it brought Jeff back up on stage and let him get that stop.
See, and Pierre is definitely one step ahead of Jeff. He wanted Jeff to pick up that hammer as well and go down in the final stock with orb. So I think he could definitely come back from this. Is it's going to come down to him not throwing his attacks out and giving Pierre the opportunity of taking advantage of recovery frames, because that's what Pierre's doing. That's exactly what he's doing.
And he's doing a really good job of it. He is pretty much dialed in on Jeff, and Jeff's having a really hard time getting rid of this deficit. Is a full stock advantage, although that side sig, it doesn't hurt his chances here. Pierre immediately throwing away that orb, missed the weapon throw, recovery off that orb again, trying to keep the distance with the dare. And Pierre's having to retreat off stage. Oh my goodness. And Jeff's continuing to crank up the pressure. Pierre is able to get over and get that scythe. Hopefully he's not able to do too much work with it.
That signature should have hit though. The whole texture was on the guy. That was crazy that it didn't even land. That cider does land though. That didn't even make sense of why that landed. But Pierre's sight is just going crazy against Jeff. These dares are coming out. Jeff trying to do some unarmed gameplay. I see a neutral signature, a grad cancel down signature maybe. Or recovery.
nice
There we go. That
recovery.
works out too. There we are. One stock all. Jeff needs to play on that hammer. Okay. Pierre with the unarmed neutral signature knockout option there on the Jeff. Pierre wins that set 3-0 over Jeff. And that's going to allow Pierre to go further in the bracket. But I mean, it just came down to Pierre kind of reading what Jeff's weapons were, taking advantage of different situations, and using that unarmed. I mean, unarmed, Pierre did 223 damage unarmed that just caught Jeff off guard with.
Yeah, I mean, it could have gone different. If Jeff would have maybe won that game 1 or game 2 when they were so close and had a little bit of that momentum and had a little bit of that boost, may have been able to keep things even going into the later part of that set. But I think maybe a little bit of a mental damage when he taken those 2 losses, and then Pierre just absolutely cranked it up on him on the 3rd game. GG's to him. He gets some gummy worms, so not a complete loss today. He's going to get some avatars as well. So congratulations to him. And unfortunately, his day is done. Pierre is going to be moving forward to take on Meg D here in just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said here, we're going to have our next matchup, which is going to be Java versus Snowy. That's going to be the next matchup that we have on stream. Java went ahead and beat Flower to get into top 8. They can go against Snowy. And Java and Snowy are some powerful players. We're seeing Java right now PR number 6 in North America. Snowy PR number 12 in America as well. We're in North America as well. And it's going to be very interesting because Snowy's been playing a lot of that Zol as well, the Axe and the Cannon. Axe is in a very good spot. Cannon's been in a good position as well, based off of what I've seen from Guichibu and overall. And then Java's been going crazy in 2s, has been top 3ing and winning. They won summer championships.
Got second yesterday.
Huge. Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting to kind of see how he brings that 2v2 and his 1v1 gameplay against Snowy. And I want to see what happens. And looks like Java's going to be playing that Jala pick or the Finn pick as well, and we'll have to kind of see what happens here. But it's a lot of back and forth, a lot of Axe gameplay this tournament.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, we've seen him on it, especially in 2s, but interesting going up Axe to Axe with Snowy. That's a little risky in my opinion, but so far he's holding on to it pretty well, opting to swap over to that sword, but Snowy's going to continue to rack up the damage off of that Axe. Java's looking for a place to get in. Snowy shutting it down with the weapon throw. And now we're just kind of broke off into neutral here. Who is going to be the first to engage? And Java breaks out with a signature and gets punished by Snowy.
Does, but now Java's not done just yet here. I mean, Java's able to pick up that Axe. He's going to try to get a knockout option on Snowy while Snowy doesn't have a weapon. Snowy says otherwise. We only go unarmed against Java. The recovery knocks out, and now Java goes down to that second stock, and Snowy is they're back and forth. Double weapon throw coming in from Snowy as well. What the heck?
I mean, he's mixing it up a little bit for sure, trying to get, oh no, he's going to try and get over to that weapon spawn, but opting to go ahead and fight an arm and battle his way over. Java taking full advantage over it though, and getting a couple strings in there. Going to finish up with the recovery, taking Snowy off that stop.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to come down to realistically how Java plays off that ledge against Snowy. Snowy's having that center control. I mean, Java also has sword and axe. That sword needs a lot of, it needs platform a little bit for combos. Yeah. Java knows that swaps over to the axe. But Snowy, I think, has the, oh my gosh, look at the movement from Java. I mean, he's using the new dodging mechanics very, very well. But Snowy is punishing him for it, though. Pretty hard.
Yeah, Snowy's in a really good spot here, especially when he's going to be in a good position to go ahead and take care of that stock right there. And he is a 1 stock away from going up a game on Java. And this is elimination side, guys. We are in top 8. Everybody here has secured the bag, per se, when it comes to some Trolli gummy worms. but we are still battling for some cold hard cash. Java going deep with it, wanting that double ground pound. Didn't need it.
Wow.
Snowy's gonna fall either way, and Java has tied everything up here going into this final stop.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yeah, these players are facing each other for gummy worms, and I gotta say they're pretty good right now. But with that being said here, we're going into these final stocks, and we'll kind of have to see what happens going forward. We have Snowy trying to take that cannon control over Java. Sidelight here, maybe. Side air comes in from Java, barely touches Snowy. Snowy's taking that center control though. Java really wants to take that from him. Willing to go unarmed. That is countered a cannon side air. The unarmed neutral light.
The stock is staying super even. Java though getting some good dares in there, looking to rack up some more damage. Snowy getting dodged right through. Here we go, Java trying to put the pressure on, looking for it, catches, looking for a three-piece. Oh, he does catch it, catches the landing on Snowy, coming back down on that platform. Snowy throwing that cannon, taking the pressure off, fighting back unarmed, ground pound down to stage, recovery up underneath that ledge. Not quite enough momentum, but this is coming down to the very last couple interactions here between these two guys. That D-light not going to be enough. The Snowy is going up for it again. Java staying out of the direction of that weapon throw. But now Snowy fighting, only one with the weapon. Java kicking it back, and now his axe on axe. Java throwing out the signature, gonna catch it. Catching Snowy by surprise and stealing that game away from him.
I mean, he did 140 less damage than Snowy, and said, you know what? Side signature, we come out clean. And you're seeing a lot. I'm actually seeing a lot more unarmed than I expected going into this tournament too. Look at that side signature. Oh! But
just let it fly.
I mean,
bro.
a lot of unarmed. I mean, I'm not expecting that this event, and we're going into game number 2 with Java up 1. I want to see how unarmed really used as well, because it's been used. There's a lot of it. I'm surprised by it. It reminds me of like when you could get diamond with unarmed years ago.
Oh yeah. I actually had a couple buddies of mine that had reached diamond unarmed, but we're seeing a lot of unarmed people using that part of their kit, and we're seeing just, I mean, a lot of hammer, which is something we never see, really, it seems, when it comes to top 8s. Just getting back to basics. We haven't seen any lance so far in top 8. Snowy, though, doing work on that cannon right now, trying to reach up underneath that weapon spawn. Java's going to be able to slide in there and get it with a dare, coming back down, reaches with that signature again. Snowy going to go ahead and dodge through it. Snowy looking for a good edge guard here, going to maybe lay down a down signature. Dare gonna miss, and Sayer's right over into that sword as Java misses his Sayer. Oh no. Yeah, what a reversal.
Snowy's trying to get some payback for that last stock that shouldn't have really knocked down on Snowy too. He's trying to get some revenge here, and Java's like, you know what? I'm gonna try to play some axe off the ledge. Maybe I can knock you out. Snowy says otherwise. Gets the ground pound, gets thrown in the air by Java. Neutral light from Java comes in. Ooh, Java thinks Snowy's going to impulse jump. And then I see a falling side air knockout option.
Maybe. Oh, Snowy catching him from behind. Okay, Java. Look for that dare, Snowy, with that very clutch weapon throw to break up that offensive movement from Java. And Java, though, still going to get the better hand of it. Looking to take the stock off of Snowy and even things back up. Nice recovery. Plenty of momentum to take him to the top of Apocalypse. And that is going to go ahead and tie the stocks back up at least.
What's kind of funny, though, is Snowy is taking that center control, and Java's just kind of allowing it. I think he kind of has to a degree with how Snowy's playing right now, too. He has to kind of give him that control with Axe. And right now, Java's unarmed. He's going to play a little bit of that gameplay there with unarmed too. Okay, I don't know why you're trying to go side signature while he's that clean of a stock, but picks up that axe. We're trying to do some damage buildup, but Snowy's going to come in with that cannon, do some damage buildup, but then Java coming in there, launching Snowy into the orange jump grab that weapon throw. It's side air. Oh, he knocks himself out of the process. Oh, he thought he touched the ledge. And Snowy, I mean, Java's down to the final cycle. That could have been an insane combo.
I mean, he was cooking. It had vision, bro. He was getting it. Gonna go ahead and finish it up there, and we are all even going into this final stock, but Java does have the advantage in this set, and he could put Snowy on a tournament game right here if he continue racking up this damage on Snowy. So far, really not an answer from him, but he finally is able to get a two-piece there off stage. But Java, though, going to get the position to get a good edge guard in, going down with the deep dare. And looking for another one. Oh my god, he wants it so bad. But Snowy finally shuts it down after he dodges everything Java throwing out at him. Ooh, that could be risky. Weapon throw coming up, protects him enough. Java looking for it. Snowy, another reversal off stage. And Snowy's just getting the better of these interactions off stage and being able to rack up good damage, and now has the advantage over Java when it comes to that health on this final stop.
I'm waiting for one of these players to take an advantage of something from Anonymous's book, which is use signatures to your advantage for these knockout options. We saw it game one. Snowy's like, I'm not getting risky. I'm going to go in for that knockout option instead with Cannon. And Snowy takes game number 2 to his name. And it came down to that overall control that he had, especially from the beginning of that game. And overall, Snowy held that control very, very well. Java was going crazy with that axe. Fortunately, knocked himself out there, thinking he was going to touch. And then came down to the last stock red, and Snowy had that center control and used Cannon to his name and showed his potential with it. And now we're going to game number 3 with a tied match so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Java looking really, really good on this Finn pick for sure. Snowy, though, he's just so well known for that axe, and he's putting in really, really good work with it. I just don't want to see him get into a position where Java starts to get frustrated and kind of lets us slip away from him. Snowy was getting really good movement on him last game, kind of getting the better of some of those interactions. And Java's going to have to pull things back, kind of get a read on what Snowy is doing here, and try to somehow, some way adjust to it and try and take this game.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to how Java is really approaching Snowy to a degree too. Right. Like if this keeps on going with this momentum, Snowy's going to get a knockout. I see a knockout. Recovery. Java doesn't have any more jumps. Dare comes in. Weapon throw. Java's out of here. Oh, Java with the reversal. Weapon
got
throw
it,
there.
bro.
And it's even between these players right now. What an amazing reversal from Java.
That is absolutely correct, bro.
Wow.
And we are all tied up. That woke Snowy up a little bit. Bro.
That woke me up a little bit. What the heck?
We'll take another look at that.
Crazy.
We'll take another look at that after this game, of course.
Look at this though. I mean, right now Java's has a half stock lead over Snowy. Snowy's going to use that cannon and try to make amends for that. Does that very well. Weapon starves Java. Both players unarmed. And the bad thing is Snowy kind of, I mean, it was a smart move in the long run. Oh, Java with the unarmed recovery. Misses the weapon pickup. Going in for unarmed attack. Snowy with a punish. And Java's going to go down to that final stock.
Yeah, we're seeing Snowy kind of get into that rhythm here that I was worried about. He's cooking on that axe and he's switching back over to Cannon here. Java able to sneak in there and get on that weapon, but not before taking like 4 or 5 hits from Snowy, and he's still going. Snowy misread that one, and he's going to get sared for it, and Java tying up the stocks.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to come down to how Java really approaches Snowy and how Snowy really dodges that. Now we got Snowy on the cannon. Java's going to go in for these like long piece combos. He might have to go in for 2 or 3 piece combos. Oh, that he recovered the wrong way. He's still able to touch though. Nice dare option. They're there. Oh, that could knock next time. Oh, Java went too far low. He's able to come back still. Snowy with the unarmed neutral. You're going to see Cannon coming out in 3. Java's trying to get the same clip they got the first game. The first
he's got to do something though, because Snowy has that advantage, and Java is well into knockout range. Dare on top of Snowy, looking for another one. Snowy gonna catch him. No, that is gonna KO.
Hold up. What did that Zol look like towards the end? It looked like it was just like mixed up a little bit. I mean, we're going straight into it. We can't really see it, but that was an interesting. I just realized the signature makes you look like that. Yeah, look, like, what the poor mess was that? But overall, though, I mean, congrats to Snowy on winning that game. But if Java wants to win this set, he's going to have to win this next 2 games if he wants to advance.
Yeah, and he has got to get done right here. Java is now on his tournament game, and he is going up against a Snowy that is definitely on a little bit of a rhythm now. And oh no, that's an early stock.
Oh.
Java's gonna fall. Snowy's gonna take a whole stock lead here from the top, and that might have been the end of Java right there.
It might have been, but I don't know. We've seen some interesting stuff come out of Java tonight. If there was going to be one of these two that was going to be able to come back from a disadvantage like this, it's going to be Java right now. Yeah, look, I mean, we're seeing it right now. Snowy's down to that second stock. Java's barely hit on his second. This is definitely comeback time for Java, and he's got that center control. And this is what Snowy had originally in the past 2 games. Java's got to really take that from him, if possible. Weapon throw coming in, touches that ledge, misses the recovery just barely because of that way it hit the ledge.
Yeah, Snowy's starting to rack up some damage, but it was crazy how quick Java was able to get rid of that stock. I mean, I literally looked over, reached down, grabbed my water bottle, took a drink, looked back, and it was tied. Like, he just went to work on that stock, got rid of it, but now Snowy's chasing him around, trying to catch him and get a good string off of this cannon, but Java's having something to say about it. Switching over to Sword, but Snowy's going to come down with the dare on top of him, and Java's going to have a really hard time getting back to stage. Snowy lets him touch, but Java's still looking, exclamation points coming out, but is able to get back in front stage, and now has the weapon advantage. Nope, Snowy's able to grab it. Weapon throw off stage. Java exhausting his options and going into a Sair off of Snowy, and Java's on tournament stock. I don't know how he's going to be able to get these two off of Snowy, man.
I don't know. I mean, he can. We literally just saw him come back from a tire stock disadvantage too, and now with Snowy without a weapon, Java's got that axe, gets the recovery. Snowy doesn't have any more options here.
No.
Java missed the knockout opportunity on Snowy. Snowy with the unarmed neutral light twice. Java's going to try to do some jump ground pounds, but the falling cider lands, launching Snowy off. Java's not able to punish Snowy though on unarmed. Neutral light comes in. Nice. Oh, the recovery misses. Oh! Java almost died off of that. Are you kidding me?
I think that stock was done either way, but he threw just a little mixture on there, and it sent Snowy flying out of here. And now things are all even in this game number 4. Java trying to keep this set alive. Snowy trying to knock him out of here and move on in this bracket. We're seeing it kind of break over here in center stage. Snowy getting some good little hits there, but Java been very good with those Sairs. But Snowy clapping back. Oh no, this could be it for Java. Snowy throwing the weapon down. Sweat beads coming out. Java looking for a way to get back up. Snowy with the huge weapon starve and edge guard, but Java able to come back and get a one unarmed Sair. And Snowy's gonna continue to starve him out. Java's in trouble. He's got to find something. He does get that weapon drop, and he's gonna go to work on that axe. Threw that signature out there. It was really close, but he's still putting damage on Snowy. But look how deep in red he is. Wow. That D-Light is gonna get it done. And Snowy is moving on, and Java is done.
That was extremely close for all those games as well. It came down to the option Snowy did, and Java barely missed a side signature at the end too to Snowy. Snowy overall with the edge gameplay in the beginning, got that stock early. Gave him the momentum. Java came back, and now we're in the final stocks here. The downlight just has so much force with it. So props to Snowy and Java. They both did very well to the gameplay. That was interesting. His playstyle is always awesome to watch, and he throws out these unique things that most players can't catch. But overall, Snowy had that momentum. He had the knowledge that he needed to catch Java off guard. And even with Java's moments like that, Snowy just read them very, very well. So with that being said, though, what we're going to go ahead and do, we're going to take a small 3-minute break. We'll be right back. Make sure you guys don't get ads when you're watching the sets here on stream. Make sure we can figure out something with Twitch for that. But do you have anything to say before we go on break there, Slow Motion?
No, everybody hurry back. Go do what you need to do. We'll see you here in a few minutes. And we'll knock out the rest of this block and bring in some fresh commentators here in just a little bit.
Felt electric running through my mind. Daylight slipping away, yeah. Feel ready to release that sound. Embrace this beautiful day. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I smile. Smile. Smile.
All right, everyone, welcome on back to the Trolli Brawlhalla Bash, powered by Brawlhalla, powered by Trolli. I'm AJ Moore, casting top 6 there with my good friend there, Slow Motion. And how have you felt overall of the couple matches that we've casted today on stream?
Man, NA's put on a good show all weekend long, and definitely today. We've had some people making the top 8 that you wouldn't expect. We've had some people get knocked down elimination bracket you wouldn't expect, and we've still got plenty of action left for you guys. Starting with elimination at quarterfinals getting ready to get underway.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, our first matchup that we're going to be having on stream is going to be Meg D versus Pierre. When it came down to these two players overall, we talked a little bit about them on stream. Meg D being power rank number 4, Pierre being power ranked at number 17. When it comes down to numbers and everything, Meg D technically has the advantage. With how Pierre's been playing overall tonight, that might change. You know, we might see an upset here coming in. But overall, though, I mean, when it comes down to these players, when it comes down to how they've been playing, Meg D's been playing a little bit of Azuri, a little bit of Hattori, and then Pierre's been playing that Fate pick a lot tonight as well. So the last time these players faced each other was actually going to be in the Summer Championships of this year. And actually, Pierre took the dub over Meg D, Pierre getting 9th and Meg D getting 17th. So definitely going to be very interesting to kind of see how this might change going forward. With Pierre winning that last game there, Slow Motion, or that last that he had in Summers, technically Pierre has the advantage going into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and Meg D's been doing really solid all season long, and everything's been a top 8 except for the last 2 tournaments he's been in. Barely got kept out and got 9th in DreamHack Valencia. And then obviously what you talked about, that 17th placement in Summer Championships. So he's definitely, it looks like he's on a bit of a downswing, but having a little bit of a rough time here these past couple tournaments. And see if maybe he can continue to push through and hopefully try and get this dub against Pierre here.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely have to see how Meg D's playstyle is against Pierre. Pierre's been a lot more of an aggressive playstyle, and Meg D is usually quite the opposite, right? That's his playstyle he's known for. So we're actually seeing Meg D being a lot more aggressive with those guitars against Pierre. Look at that. Dash into neutral light. We're going to go and do a side light neutral light into a down light recovery, knocking out Pierre of that first stock. And that's what Meg D needs. He needs his center platform control. He needs to have that wood guitars to do the damage build just like he did.
Yeah, so far so good. He definitely came out, like you said, a lot more aggressive than we're normally used to from Meg D. Maybe that's a tech today. Maybe he just, he's like, well, I'm just gonna reverse it today and see how people deal with it. Just coming in full aggressive, being a lot more movement around the map, a lot more chasing and looking for those openings, and we're seeing it pay off pretty well so far against Pierre as he's trying to rack up some good bonus damage off that opening stock. Pierre, though, having a hard time getting rid of it, though, swapping over to Scythe, and we're going to see back down to neutral here in center stage as Pierre looks like he's going to be able to not finish off that stock.
Yeah, and Scythe right now is one of the main weapons. That's one of the best ones right now currently outside of Axe too. So Pierre swapping actually to that orb knockout Meg D to kind of mix things up a little bit and mix things 2 stocks off. Pierre does go back to that Scythe though. He's going to be trying to weapon starve Meg D a little bit. Meg D does pick up those guitars again. We're going to see maybe an option of a downlight. Downlight misses because of that dodge. Another dodge comes out of Pierre. And Meg D is going to take that center control. Is going to try to lead Pierre back to it, so they can do a lot more combos on the Pierre as well. We're seeing it start to come out.
Yeah, Meg D. No, the recovery's going to get it done. I was going to say, not a whole lot of knockout options out those guitars, but he didn't need a swap. Good recovery. Getting underneath Pierre is going to send him up a full stock advantage, and Meg D is putting himself in a really good spot to go ahead and take this opening game, unless Pierre can figure out something and come up with a plan here right now to come up with this whole stock deficit that he's behind.
Yeah, and if it comes down to it, Meg D's doing a lot of really good control with combos, and Pierre's kind of allowing it. He's not really able to dodge out of these different combos that Meg D's really throwing out because they're frame dodges that he's gonna have to really throw out. So he has to be very precise with this dodging. He may not be used to that movement just yet to land that dodge properly. Meg D realizes that, throws Pierre off the ledge, gets to grab his sidelight, and it's gonna be a 2-stock win for Meg D. Feeling very comfortable on that platform with those guitars and really show his power so far in game number 1.
Yeah, that was a really dominating opening game there. Pierre's definitely going to have to make some adjustments. Pierre's another one of those people that we see, though, is able to pull out a few different legends out, and we see him switch over to that Asuri. I'm going to go ahead and hit him with the Ditto and see if he's not going to be able to knock Meg D off his game with it.
I can almost guarantee you this is going to be like this is definitely favoriting Meg D going into this no matter what. While Pierre does have experience with Azuri, Meg D's got the most out of it too. So we'll see what happens here going forward. Pierre does like to use the sword a lot more with the Azuri rather than the guitars, from what I remember. So we'll see how Meg D does against that sword up here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So far, though, Pierre is at least keeping things a little more even in the opening moments of this match. Meg D, though, are going to recover himself back up on stage. Pierre opting to swap over those guitars and literally make it a Ditto here and go straight after Meg D with it. And Meg D going to get the reversal over, reaching up in the air. Nice Sarah coming back down the ground, but Pierre's going to knock through his momentum with that weapon throw to the face. Ooh, big recovery. Not enough, though.
Yeah, Meg D swapping to that sword, trying to get the knockout option. Oh, nice little unarmed two-piece. I'm waiting for an off-edge side signature from Meg D too. That's also an option you can land on Pierre. Not a lot of people really throw it out. He feels a little bit more comfortable going with that sword either way. Nice sider coming in. Pierre's off the ledge. Is going to be able to touch. Meg D knows that, misses that recovery just barely due to the dodge of Pierre. Sword combo from Pierre as a counter. Pierre missing that sider though, allowing for Meg D to come back.
Ooh.
But Pierre with that two-piece combo, it might be a knockout on Meg D, and it is. And Pierre is up over Meg D this game.
Yeah, so far. The switch seems to be working out for him. Meg D having a hard time. Go ahead and make that adjustment. Meg D, though, going to go ahead and even things up uncontested, and we are completely even in the second stock. But Pierre's going to fight back with a triple nair, triple recovery unarmed, and now has that sword. Over here on the right side of the stage, Meg D backing up and now playing a little more passive, and we're not seeing him being quite as aggressive as he tries to not let this game slip away from him.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Pierre is really controlling this under control so far. He's not really able to grasp it, or Meg D's not really able to take that away from him until just now, allowing for Pierre to have that half stock advantage. But then Meg D's like, that's going away. Pierre has no more jumps.
Oh, no.
And Meg D knocks out Pierre at the second stop because of the jump opportunities that Pierre had.
That's huge. Meg D definitely needed that. Pierre was doing a really good job scrapping with him and keeping things very even. And Meg D caught a break there, being able to get that stock off of him. And now he's got a little room to work with to try and wrap up this game against Pierre. Pierre reaching down, going to go ahead and get that sword. You see the Sigenson coming out, but Meg D going to shut it down. But Pierre's going to go ahead and keep the momentum. Dare down, gravity cancel, down light into ground pound is going to go ahead and get him out of here. And Pierre has tied these stocks back up and is pressing to get back the rest of this deficit.
For sure, and just like we said when Pierre was going against Jeff, Pierre's been doing very, very well with punishing the options that his opponents really give him. Right, when Meg D's throwing these different attacks that was sort of like recoveries and siders that have recovery frames when they miss, Pierre's been doing very, very well with countering that. And as I say that, I mean, look at the difference right now in stock. Meg D's not been allowing a lot of those options to really come out. You're seeing Pierre trying to land these recoveries. You're seeing him try to use those guitars to his advantage, but Meg D's going to try to use his sword a little bit more. And sword is the main weapon that Meg D's experienced with. It's not guitars. Because he's experienced with that Tor, he's experienced with that Val, and that sword recovery is really showing it there with the placement that he had. He's gonna go swap to the sword again, get the recovery, and Meg D's gonna take game number 2 just because of how skilled he is with that sword as well. And Pierre just didn't have a way to really regroup.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see it here, especially in the replay of that final stock. He cranked it up. He knew what he had to do. He starved Pierre out of a weapon, kept catching him with those recoveries, building momentum with each one, and finally got off there. There it is. He's out of there. And Meg D is up 2 games on Pierre, and things are looking a little dire for my man Pierre right now.
Well, and Pierre's relying a lot on those guitars, and as soon as Meg D swaps that sort of a downlight neutral too. Unarmed combo coming in from Meg D in the beginning, but overall, Pierre's relying a lot on those guitars. Missed his dodge right towards the end. And then this final stock, I mean, you saw Meg D be a lot more aggressive with that sword, and it really showed, and it really helped him out.
And Pierre is going back to that Fate. Dabbled with the Surrey there for one game, said, no, I'm not going to do that. And went back over that Fate. And we saw game number 1, how dominating Meg D was over that Fate, getting that 2-stock win over it. So I don't know if this is the move for Pierre, but we'll see if it works out for him.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I think Pierre's a lot more comfortable in that Fate than he is with the Ditto. And realistically, Meg D's got a lot more experience with those guitars in that sword over Pierre from what we're seeing. So Pierre, knowing that Scythe works, is going to go back to it. Is also going to try to use Orb a little bit, but use it as like a backup if he needs it. But that's Scythe right now. It's destroying Meg D.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Pierre's racking up a good lead here. Big neutral sig off that orb. Reaching with the Sair whiff there. Could have been a good opportunity for Meg D, but he didn't really have a weapon to work with. But he was able to kick Pierre out of the way. Has that sword in hand. And Pierre able to barely dodge through that dare from Meg D, but pushes him off stage. But Meg D continuing to use those recoveries off of that sword to put himself in good position and rack huge damage on Pierre with that string right there.
Yeah, this is the first stock, so we're going to see someone have a little bit of a lead. We see Pierre take that lead over Meg D by knocking out Meg D's first stock. And then now this is where Pierre can get an advantage. He can go ahead and say, hey, I'm going to do some damage buildup on you. But every attack he threw out, Meg D just outspaced. And now Meg D has an opportunity of knocking out Pierre with that sword. Missing the downlight. Pierre with this unarmed side signature coming out. Missing recovery just barely here. Nice dare coming in from Pierre. Missing the neutral signature. Pierre with the punish. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, Pierre's been doing very, very well of countering what Meg D is really throwing out and regarding recovery frames. And Meg D launches Pierre in the air. Hasn't been able to knock him out yet. Pierre's taking advantage of that. Almost having an entire cycle lead over Meg D. Is this going to be a big deal if Meg D wants to win this 3-0? He's going to have to do something. He knocks out Pierre, though. And it's 2-2. We'll see what happens.
I mean, that is definitely a good start for sure. Meg D can continue to try and do so. Oh, no, that is not the way to do it. Catching a huge signature from Pierre. Lots of momentum. Grabbing to cancel D-Light into ground pound. Is going to go ahead and take him out of here. Pierre has a full stock advantage over a Meg D. I'm pretty sure we're going to game number 4, AJ. Pierre reaching over unarmed, gets up underneath of Meg D. Looking for a weapon, nothing to be found. Reaching in, daring his way, make sure he has that space. Sarah into side sig, no good. Meg D getting a huge punish off of him. Big recovery up. Pierre sees the sweat beads coming out, looking to go ahead and finish it out. Sidelight Sarah. Meg D gonna somehow stay in there off of it. Trying to rack up some more damage. Nice Sarah off of his guitar, switches over to sword to finish it up. Side sig comes out, and he does tie the stocks. See if Pierre is going to be able to put some brakes on it, or if he is going to continue to take this damage from Meg D.
I don't know, but it's going to come down to this. I mean, Pierre's going to have to knock him out as soon as he possibly can here if he wants to go ahead and win this. The more time Pierre gives Meg D, the more opportunity he gives Meg D as well. So Meg D using his guitar because the neutral light in. Pierre does a very good counter with that sight there. Meg D is able to do a silent neutral light, misses the recovery due to a dodge. Neutral light. Pierre is giving more of these opportunities to Meg D. Meg D picking up that sword, missing that neutral signature. Pierre, the dare option, picks up orb. I see a silent side air maybe coming out. Oh, Pierre's gonna go off ledge. He just gave Meg D that center control.
And Meg D could get it done right here, but Pierre has got the positional advantage on him. Meg D skating his way back up on stage, looking for it. Can he find it? Pierre with the Sair. It's not going to be enough. Meg D find his way, stays out of the way of that gravity cancel D-Light. He knew it was coming. Pierre going to shut it down right there. And we are indeed going to game number 4 with Pierre getting back in there with the Fate.
Yeah, for sure. And that Scythe is really what's showing it. And if we look at the statistics here shortly, I mean, 257 damage to Scythe. I thought it was going to be higher than that. I guess the orb did come in a lot more, and the unarmed 116 damage. We're seeing a lot of more unarmed gameplay coming in from players tonight, and maybe we might see more of that going forward as we go into game number 4 with Meg D up 1 over Pierre still. So Pierre has to win the next 2 games if he wants to go further into this bracket.
And the way Meg D's playing, I don't know how easy that's going to be for Pierre. Meg D's playing really good. Pierre was barely able to get in there and get that dub last game to be able to stay alive here. But Meg D's got to get him pretty much figured out and has been playing really, really well so far as we see him pick up a good string off these guitars to get an early damage lead.
Yeah, and we're 20 seconds in. Meg D's got a little bit of lead with those guitars. He's going to use that center platform control whenever he can and try to counter Pierre with that scythe. I mean, the more that Meg D gives Pierre in regarding room, the bigger opportunity he's really giving him, because that scythe has a lot of platform control based combos they can do. Meg D with the dare coming in. We're gonna see him maybe go for some sort of side air. There we go, lands it. Meg D with now with the center platform control. Pierre's kind of left to the ledge. Meg D respects Pierre's spacing a little bit. Misses the neutral there twice. Pierre with that counter though as well, and oh, Meg D missing that recovery just barely. Live for Pierre to get back on the platform, get that orb. Neutral there coming in from Meg D, but it's not going to knock out with that short combo. There we go, and Meg D takes that lead.
And there it is, and he's gonna try to continue that and keep adding the damage on there as he now stars Pierre out, picks up that sword. Pierre going up in the air unarmed, but just there to catch a gravity cancel attack from Meg D. He has been very clean with that sword. We've said it over and over, and we're seeing him continue to dance around Pierre, looking for a good option here. But Pierre's going to go ahead and slap him back. Misses the offstage, but that is going to be enough to carry Meg D out. And Pierre brings him back up to go ahead and recover him to the top of the stage.
Yeah, he's like, no, I'm not going to knock him off the floor. That's too easy. I'm going to knock him off the ceiling instead. And does it very effectively there. But now Meg D's back with those guitars. He has that center control. He's got Pierre now into the yellowish orange. So if you're going to be Pierre, you're going to try to have to bait Meg D into different things and get some type of combo with that orb. Silent side air is going to cut it back to back to back. He's going to have to do something else regarding damage build up. But Meg D is just countering a lot of the movement Pierre's throwing out. Look at this.
Yeah. He's definitely in his zone, trying to continue this lead. He does not want to Pierre to extend this to a game 5, because either way, Meg D may win the whole thing, but he still has a lot of games to play to be able to make his way back up top. So he doesn't want to extend it any further than he has to. Weapon throw coming down a little shallow, but reaches out to go after Pierre and armed, but cannot find it. Sword back in hand, and he's looking for a good knockout option on the second stock of Pierre. Probably see a good recovery come out. D-light recovery maybe. No, he's looking for it. That is not going to be enough, but good movement from Meg D, trying to bait out and get his options.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Pierre is really trying to keep that second stock as long as he possibly can and try to make amends. Meg D's like, you know what? A sword sider can knock out, can't it? Bam. It just knocks out Pierre, that second stock. And now Meg D's getting a little bit more comfortable. He's going to try to go in for some different attacks here and there. Maybe some knocks. He's going to try and maybe do some damage build up in the air. Swaps guitars. Like, you know what? Guitar neutral light, side lights, and stuff like that do some damage build up. So his weapons start Pierre a little bit. But overall, Pierre's going to be stuck in the air, and Meg D's going to really take advantage of that. We're seeing that right now with Pierre currently in the yellowish orange. And try and do something with unarmed, is able to pick up that scythe though, which will allow him more than likely to get some scythe knockout opportunities. But like, these guitars are just going crazy and launching Pierre into the orange.
Yeah, it most certainly has, and he has got him in his sights now, AJ. Meg D cooking, finishing off there. Another Sarah off the guitars. This could be it for Pierre right here. Meg D though getting reversed. Oh no! And Pierre's gonna send him over to the left. But Pierre is definitely hurting bad on that last stock, and Meg D is a super fresh coming in, and now has that sword in his hand, exactly what he wants. Best knockout options in his kit, and now Pierre is able to land back up on stage, but Meg D is hunting. He's looking for that option. All he needs is one KO option. That Sarah would have done it. Pierre, though, able to get it underneath them, pick it back up. Weapon throw coming out. Meg D tossing. Going to go ahead and starve him out. And now has that sword. Pierre is literally fighting for everything right now, but the recovery is going to get it done. Get him out of here. Pierre is done. Meg D is going to be moving forward to take on the winner of our next game.
Yeah, very nice job coming out, Meg D. They're really using that sword and those guitars to his advantage over Pierre with 661 damage done. 351 of that damage was done with guitars, and 296 was done with that sword, and really took control of Pierre going into that final game. Had the lead from the beginning. It went down pretty close in the second stock. Meg D did get that second stock knockout with a sword side air, and then I believe it was a sword recovery knockout option there on the Pierre, reading that dodge towards the end. So very nice job coming in from Meg D, and props to Pierre, still getting his placement there and still getting some of these lovely gummy worms that I've been snacking on throughout this entire set so far as well. So with that being said, though, what's our next matchup there, Slow Motion?
Oh boy, we have the world champion Impala going up against 2v2 world champion Snowy. So both these guys have definitely had their time on the podium, and they're going to be stepping in to fight it out in this elimination quarterfinals with, like I said, the winner of this is going to be going up against Meg D, but this could end up being one hell of a battle, AJ.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Impala's PR number 2 right now in the world for North America, I should be saying. Snowy being PR number 12 for North America. And when it comes down to these players and them facing each other, Snowy is up over Impala when it comes down to tournaments. The last time they faced each other was in the Miss Wars Community Tournament Rodeo Rumble event, which I believe Impala actually took over Snowy as well. So originally in the past, it's been okay, a lot of back and forth, but over the past 2 games, Impala's won of the last 2. So we'll have to see what happens going into this. Will Snowy change that perspective here with that axe has been popping off so far in the tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. Snowy's just always so good on that axe. I'm really interested to see what Impala's going to be able to do against it. He does have the range on that spear to be able, and the speed to be able to kind of dance around those slower attacks. But Snowy is making quick work of this first stock, and Impala's already in the red. Pogo on top of Snowy. Sayre trying to take back some of this control before Snowy just runs away with it here. But now Impala having to get back up on stage. He's unarmed. Snowy's going to go ahead and starve him out, send him up to the top. Not quite enough momentum on Miami Dome. But that just might do it. Impala is at the mercy of wherever Snowy puts him right now. It has just no options. Can't get over, can't get a weapon. Snowy laying down all the edge guard and starving him out and continuing to chip away at this stock.
Ooh, Impala's unarmed's going crazy though, launching Snowy into the red, but Snowy's can's gonna really rebuttal there and knock out Impala's first stock. And that axe from Snowy's been really popping off so far this event. There we go, Downlight comes in. He's gonna make sure that Impala is weapon starved as much as he possibly can be. We're gonna see Impala try to pick up that bow, does that very well. Gets the sidelight there, is on that clean second stock, so Impala's main goal is to get the knockout option. I see a possible dare option or signature knockout option. Nope, neutral light comes in, does not knock out because the ceiling of this map. It's a lot of back and forth here, but Impala's slowly getting knockout options there on Snowy, but hasn't landed one fully just yet.
Now, Snowy hasn't been able to get a whole lot of bonus damage off the stock. I mean, he's got Impala in yellow, but he's not taking the damage. Okay, there we go. Recovery coming up, going to take him out of here. But Snowy just extended that stock for literal years and racked up so much damage, taking that early advantage. And now he's back armed with that cannon and going right back after Impala. Impala, I saw that 4-piece come out, got me a little excited there. Because say we see some life coming out of Impala. And he is now almost has this even. Oh no.
Yeah, and
oh no.
Oh, he went risky though. Impala is gonna punish him for it.
Oh,
yeah, that was risky from Snowy, and Impala took pure advantage of it. Very nice job. And now Impala's gonna take this advantage a little bit. He's gonna take this momentum to his name here. Can he keep it up though and win this game? We'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, though, Impala is being able to rack up some good damage off that spear, but Snowy's got him off stage again. He is so menacing over there. Huge recovery, taking that stock off of Impala, and Snowy has it back in his reach if he can continue putting this heavy damage on Impala's Kaya.
Yeah, and I mean, we're 3 minutes in, down to final stocks. Impala's launching Snowy into the red with that bow. So going for maybe an option here or there. Snowy with a double dare, jump ground pound into recovery. Impala's in the air. Snowy might have a reversal. Misses a jump ground pound. Impala with the counter. Oh, with the ground pound. And I thought Snowy was going to get that. Impala does the reversal there on Snowy. And takes that game to his name. And they're just trying to go straight into it whenever they can. And they're going back to Miami Dome.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want those fingers to get cold. I cannot believe he was able to sneak out of there with that dub. Snowy making that huge whiff and Impala jumping right on top of it, finishing up with that ground pound that you're looking at right there. And we are going to go back into Miami Dome with Impala being up 1-0.
Side late, down late, side air. That's a really good spear combo coming in from Impala. Double dare comes in. Snowy trying to take the center control from Impala, trying to make sure he can kind of get back to that platform and do something. But Snowy goes back off ledge. Impala's been doing very well off ledge. I don't know why he went like that, because Impala just gets a double dare on Snowy. Snowy's gonna go back on platform and pick up axe. Gets a neutral light, wants to go back off ledge now more than likely. No, stays on platform, gets the dare down light, launches Impala into the orange. And Snowy's starting to turn this into his favor again, isn't he?
He is. He absolutely is. But Impala getting in there with that signature, trying to rack up some more damage on him. Snowy staying out of the way of it, laying down to the offensive there with his feet grounded on stage. Another Sayer to the face coming off an Impala, though, trying to rack up some damage here, just poking away at him with the spear. Snowy taking it up in the air. Cheeky little weapon throw there, keeping the spacing with another one. And Snowy going in and pulls the knockout from it and gets the slight advantage with that first stop.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this Snowy turned this around a lot more with that axe. And that axe gameplay is messing Impala up quite a bit. Snowy actually says, you know what, I'm gonna play a little bit cannon instead. I'm gonna try to mix things up a little bit. And Impala is able to pick up the bow, get that backward side air. So he's barely able to touch that ledge. Was able to touch again.
That was so close.
That was close. Side light and neutral light unarmed. Picks up axe. Throws it away. Gets the side light into dare. Oh, this is dare the wrong way. Allowing for Impala to come back. Gets the recovery. And now it's 2 stacks all between these players.
Yeah, it is definitely staying neck and neck the second game. Snowy let it slip out of his grip the first game, but he's trying to make sure with everything he has that does not happen again. Snowy, though, fighting unarmed. Going up, being cautious about grabbing that cannon, but he did end up getting it. Not without still taking a little bit of damage off that bow from Impala. Using that ledge to kind of stay out of the way. Getting a little two-piece coming off stage. Impala coming down with the dare, gets punished for it. Snowy looking for another one, catches it. Looking for a third one, catch it, but the recovery will. And now Snowy has a very comfortable lead. And now has Impala on his final stop.
Yeah, when it comes down to the situation, I mean, it's going to come down to how Impala really rebuttals here. They're going to go with that bow. It seems like their bow's been countering that cannon quite a bit. I think we're going to be, if we're going to see Snowy win, it's going to be on the axe more so than a cannon. I think Snowy knows that he's going to bounce off the ledge a little bit until some sort of weapon comes in. He's going to do that cannon combo though on Impala, launches Impala into the red. Snowy picks up cannon again. You might see a knockout option. There we go. Down stage does not knock out the recovery. Does instead. And Snowy wins game number 2 to take this one-on-one against Impala. And I thought he was going to go with the axe. Apparently not. Cannon was just very fluid for him. And he took that win to his name, man. That was awesome.
He took that win with a very healthy 2 stocks to his name. He was still looking really good. He didn't show any signs of slowing down. If I was Impala, I'd be feeling a little nervous after that last game because it looked like Snowy may have got something figured out there.
He did a little bit. Oh, no, never mind. He did a little bit more than I thought he did. And I think we're seeing that right now with the cannon gameplay from Snowy. Oh, bow coming in. There, backward neutral misses.
Oh, Snowy looking for it here, trying to rack up some more damage. There we go. Impala reaching in. Can't find anything though. Snowy's dodging through it all. Snowy there, still more uncontested damage against Impala. Finally, a Sarah coming off that bow. But Snowy's looking for a way to get back up. Easily dodges or stays out of the way of the ground pound. But they're off and he wants back on that axe. Good knockout options. Looking to get in there with it. Oh, Impala though getting that reversal, and I don't know how that did not knock out. He went so high up there. The Snowy coming right back, clapping back with a dare. Weapon throw coming out.
It works. Oh, knee touches?
Bro.
Oh, that gave Impala the knockout for the first stock. We have weapon throw into dare coming in from Impala, punishing Snowy for going off the ledge the way he did. And now Impala's got that bow. Snowy's now picking up cannon. But Impala is using that bow and it seems to be countering that cannon extremely well so far. Look at that.
Oh, Snowy though kicking him off though, getting back on that axe. And Impala doing a really good job holding on to the stock. That defense of the Kaya with that recovery is going to be enough to go ahead and get rid of it. We are all tied up here on the second stock. Just more of the same, just like we've seen so far this set.
Yeah, and right now Impala's going to use that spear a little bit. It's going to try to do a double satellite into combo. Gets the dare, weapon throw instead. Snowy. Oh, barely able to touch that. Let's get the dare option, but throws the weapon away, allowing for Impala to come back to that ledge. Satellite comes in. Impala just needs a knockout option, maybe a dare just like that. And it knocks out Snowy. And now Impala's up an entire stock over Snowy right now with that bow.
Man, very back and forth of this set, and Impala's keeping that pattern going here. Snowy's having a really hard time not letting this slip away from him. Impala though's getting some good movements in with that bow, getting some good momentum on Snowy. Snowy reaching out. Oh, that was dangerous, but able to escape any real serious damage. Although, as I say that weapon throw could have been nasty. Recovery up. For another one, Sarah getting dodged through. Snowy has to get back on this weapon. He's got to get over there, and he does. Has that cannon and can maybe use it to rack up some damage, but no, Impala is going to clap back with a 2-stock of his own.
He is, and with that being said, though, I mean, look at the way Impala got the knockout option. That first knockout was a dare. Snowy was able to not come back. The weapon throw dare comes in for that first stock. Right, you go into that second stock there. That was another dare again. That spear has been the knockout option that Impala's been using a lot, and then the bow has been the damage buildup. So you're seeing Impala use a lot of bow into picking up spear, getting the knockout options, and we saw that especially in that past game. But we'll definitely have to kind of see. I mean, I believe Impala is up one over Snowy right now, and we'll kind of have to see how Snowy really rebuttals it, because that bow is messing up Snowy quite a bit.
Yeah, Impala's definitely getting into a flow here, and he has his sights set on Snowy. All he's got to do is get one more game. He is 3 stocks away from sending Snowy out of this tournament, and he knows it. He doesn't want it to go to a game 5. We're in losers bracket. We've got to try and consolidate our games, try and keep our stamina up, and not overexert ourselves. Snowy trying to kind of mash back a little bit on this cannon, but Impala is just there to shut down any momentum, any opportunity he can.
Yeah, and I think Impala might actually get a little bit messed up by these platforms as well. I think Snowy's going to try to take advantage of them as best he possibly can. It's definitely going to change the perspective of this matchup so far. Weapon throw coming in. We're still seeing a lot of dares coming in from Impala. These neutral are coming in. I mean, overall though, I mean, this is definitely going to be a close game number 4.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both these guys obviously won it. Ooh, Snowy with the weapon throw coming out. Impala's not going to be able to get back. But Snowy is in red, but if he does play his cards right, he might be able to extend this out and get some good bonus damage off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Snowy's going to come in with that 2-piece, that 3-piece combo there onto Impala, launching Impala into the yellowish orange there. And you're going to be seeing Snowy try to take advantage of that lead that they have. It's really showing with that axe. Realistically, Impala's bow is countering Snowy's cannon. Snowy's going to have to really rely on the axe to go ahead and take this game if he wants to go ahead and go into game number 5.
Man, I just don't know. It is. Impala's looking really good here. If he can keep it going and get the stock quick off of Snowy, be able to try and at least even that part off of it. But Snowy's doing a really good job staying out of this offense from Impala. That was super close. Impala's getting in a pretty dire situation as he is now on his final stock. Snowy is looking, and he might be taking us into a game number 5.
Yeah, if this is good, if you're Snowy, you're like, okay, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable than the past couple of rounds, but I still need to get a knockout option. They're definitely flowing with that cannon right now. I'm definitely thinking that Impala's having a rough time countering the cannon without bow. Picks up that bow, and we're going to see them really trying to use it right now against Snowy while they are on cannon. And Snowy's kind of trying to bait Impala off the ledge a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not working. Impala sees exactly what he's doing and just trying to hold his ground, be patient, and it makes Snowy come to him and be able to do what Bo does and get those reads, be able to rack up those quick shots, and be able to rack up that string damage. And Snowy, though, looking to go off stage. And he doesn't. He's not going to get baited by Impala either. Impala going to toss him up in the air, and Snowy's going to sneak up there, get his weapon, and he is really close to go ahead and taking the stock off of Impala and take us into a game number 5. Ooh, I kind of thought the ground pound was going to come out. It would have been really risky, but it looked good on my end. Oh, big recovery coming up. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Snowy's got the lead right now. So far, he's got an entire stock lead over Impala. This is probably going to be his game going into the end of this here very shortly. Impala's going to go ahead and try to pick up the weapon. Snowy with the punish there in the weapon throw. Impala's still able to touch that ledge just barely. I see a Snowy knockout option. 3, 2, 1. There it goes. And Snowy takes game number 4 to his name. And it came down all down to that momentum between these players here. And I mean, look at the first stock knockout that Snowy got. Impala was unable to come back. Snowy picks up that cannon, does the same attack that he did on the final stock, which got him to win over Impala. That sidelight combo. And there you have it. I mean, we're going into game number 5 between BCX World Champion 1v1s Impala and BCX World Championship 2v2 champion there of Snowy there as well. We'll kind of have to see what happens, but it should be rather interesting. Be rather interesting as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate this is our last set, but at least it came down to the final game, and we are going in with Impala and Snowy, game number 5. Loser of this game is out of this tournament, and the winner obviously is going to be moving on to take on Meg D here in a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of back and forth here from these players. It's all going to come down to this final game if they want to advance. So you're going to be seeing a lot more axe from probably Snowy. You're going to see a lot more spear coming from Impala, it seems, from what he's playing out. But that bow has been a damage build-up that he's been really needing. However, right now, that spear is really showing otherwise.
Yeah. He's doing a really good job controlling Snowy here and being able to pick and choose his options. And that's going to be an early stock. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Oh, my God. Snowy, how is he still? Oh, my goodness. Still pushing to get back. And Impala shutting it down. Early stock coming against Snowy. And that might have just been what Impala needs to get him through the rest of this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Impala's doing very, very well so far against Snowy. I mean, we're seeing Impala really trying to use that bow a little bit more against Snowy's cannon. He's kind of realizing that bow has been the counter for Snowy's cannon so far, and it's been working. However, that bow recovery comes in. Snowy's going to kind of use that signature to his advantage very, very well. And now it's 2 stocks all, but Impala gets the bow, or I'm sorry, the spear the next weapon he gets. So he might try to pop off with that. Maybe that's why he went over to bow. Say, hey, I want spear, next weapon pickup. But no, he actually gets the bow. Silent comes in. Snowy with the counter with the axe. We're seeing a lot of back and forth so far. It's becoming even again when it comes down to stocks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing both these guys be very cautious, very patient, and kind of fighting over stage control, fighting over tempo. But Snowy tossing, picking up that axe just in time though. Edge guard coming out from Impala and continuing to stretch it, going into the stock. Snowy has to retreat. Good opportunity for that ground pound, and it does hit. And Impala now has Snowy on his final stock.
Yeah, and this is down to the final stock. This could be the final tournament stock for Snowy here. Snowy gets it there, trying to make sure that it's a one stock all situation. Picks up that axe, misses the knockout option. Impala missing the ground pound just barely. Impala is able to come back. Snowy did not want to risk it. Gets that cider option, and it's one stock all. This is both technically either player's tournament stock opportunity right now. Whoever loses this stock will be out of this tournament, and whoever wins will be going against McD.
Yeah, what a dramatic finish to this hard-fought set from both these players. So evenly matched, and it shows coming down to this final stock between them. There we go. Impala fighting for it here, throwing that spear away. See if Snowy's going to be able to capitalize on that advantage of him not having a weapon. Oh, no, he throws it away. And Impala's able to get there on the bow, and now we're seeing the weapon starve come out from Impala. Big recovery coming up. Snowy's in trouble. Snowy's in big trouble. Sarah coming out. Snowy trying to find a way back up on stage. Oh, but Impala was unarmed. Couldn't really have anything to keep him at bay with. But now back on that bow. But Snowy's going to send him out. Oh, no, it could be either one of these guys. Who's it going to be? AJ. Oh, no, that dare might have done it. It did.
Snowy is out of here. Impala wins a set 3-2 over Snowy. That was such a close game, number 5 overall. And it came down to, I mean, the overall control Impala had throughout the 3 games that he won. And that bow was just doing very, very well for him. But it came down to how well he did with that spear as well. A ground pound coming in with unarmed. I mean, 595 damage done for that final game. And that bow dare did very, very well. Snowy just didn't have enough jumps to get back to that ledge, and that bow dare just had so much force there, Slow.
I know. Oh, so much force. That was such a spicy set between them, man. That was so much fun. Snowy and Impala put on a show for us this afternoon, that is for sure. Impala coming out on top though, and I'm really interested to see how he does as it continues through the top 4 of this bracket.
Yeah, and with that being said there, so do you have anything to say before we head to break? When we do come back though, or when stream comes back though, we're going to have Sandstorm and Luna possibly on stream too. That's going to be interesting.
There's going to be all kinds of stuff when we come back. We got Sandstorm and Luna in Winter Finals. Mm-hmm. You got Sparky and Remy coming in to be on the mic. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just, that is such a good recipe for a awesome top 4.
Yeah, and with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. We'll be right back in about a couple minutes here. Remy and Sparky will be coming in, and we'll have some fantastic gameplay of Sandstorm and Luna and Impala and McD. Don't go away. We will be right back.
These hot summer nights, perfect time to find some worms. See if we can't find ourselves a little snack. It's a little bit too rocky right here. They normally don't like that. Might be able to hear some of the frogs in the background. They're thirsty for some worms too. Now it hasn't rained in a while, which means they usually like to come up to the surface to get each and every drop. See if we can find some. Made sure to eat a light dinner. Uh-oh, look at that. Oh, we got ourselves a nest. Oh, buddy. Oh, yeah. Get these rocks out of the way. Oh, ain't nothing like fresh worms. Oh my God, they're so good. My name's Sparky878, and in partnership with Brawlhalla and Trolli, I'll be casting the League Trolli Brawlhalla Bash with a $3,000 prize pool. You know, if you can't catch fresh worms yourself, you can also get a worms prize package directly from Trolli. Now, we're live right now, so make sure to tune in over at twitch.tv/NSIGofficial. I'll be over there with a belly full of fresh worms, and let me tell you, they were delicious.
Once again, it is me and Sparky. We're sitting here bringing you live coverage of the League Trolli Brawlhalla and Sig Brawls mix-up clash, whatever you want to call it, event. We've got the 1v1 half today, and we're in top 4, baby. That's winners finals, elimination finals, and leading into the grand finals. Spark, are you excited? How are you feeling, man?
I'm really stoked to see this top 4 that we got, because we have Sandstorm in it, and we have him on the winner's side after he took out Meg D. We also have Luna up here, who is playing Taros now. I was wondering when we were going to see him bring the Taros back, bring the hammer back, bring the axe back. We saw kind of do it in South America, and now we're seeing it start to kind of diffuse outward as people get a handle on how they want to use the dash. Like Impala tweeted about, like, okay, we might be in the low-speed legend meta now that we have the new dash in here. So this is great. And then in the bottom, we got Impala and we got Meg D. I think it's going to be a great day.
Yeah, we got a top 4 that you can honestly. This is NA top 4 at its finest. Impala, Sandstorm, Luna, Megdi, all names of people that you can usually see in that top 2 spot, just sporadically, you know. And that's the thing with NA. They're always growing. They're always grasping for those fights. People keep constantly asking me, Remy, who is top 3 right now? And I'll go, well, Godly might be the best on this day. Maybe Luna's the best on this day. Yu's the best on this day. And Impala's the best on this day. Sandstorm's the best on the Summer Championships day. It's always growing. NA is so talented. EU is less talented, but they have Godly, who is so talented. But you get the point. We're going into this game 1 right here. Sandstorm versus Luna. The Mirage is still out here. I didn't think it saw any nerfs in this patch, right? But people have been kind of realizing how strong this character is after what he did in Summer Championships. And Paris, Roman Reigns, the double shovel hero, Luna, he's bringing it in.
I love the Mirage pick. I've been loving this Mirage pick for a while, specifically really with Sandstorm, because of course has the scythe that he built his career on, but it also just has the reliability and the consistency of the spear that at the end of the day, like, you can do so much work with spear. It's an incredible weapon. Even though it might not be like the flashiest weapon, it may not be like a top 3 weapon, at the end of the day, maybe, I don't know, maybe it might be a top 3 weapon. It's so good. So I'm glad to see him have that consistency. And also an amazing signature kit. He's been using that side signature quite a bit. He's been using it very early in his games as well. We saw that in his previous set against Meg D on Demon Island. I believe that was in game 1. Of course, that down signature as well. So I just, all the way through, I love this Mirage pick.
Now, I love Sandstorm, and we all love Sandstorm. That's Sandstorm.
So
that's
true.
the GOAT.
So
but
true.
I really like how he picks up a character and he kind of figures out the intricacies of the signature. And like, let's be clear here. Mirage has no weak signature, as we see that down sig come out right there, even in neutral and plain white. But he just kind of puts them in a way where it's like, okay, Spear, it has that medium range harassment where it's like it keeps the opponent out, but you're not gonna be using it to go forward as it doesn't have that momentum, right? And he substitute that weakness with the signatures. You're seeing him throughout the side 6 to break neutral, to catch out landings and cover the edge, and it's just so good. No one really mixes in signatures to their kit like he does. I mean, people do, right? We have Impala mixing in signatures, but Sandstorm has just done it on so many legends. The Zul, the Onyx, the Mordex, the Mirage. He finds the character he wants to play and he goes, okay, the weapons are one thing, but what do the signatures look like? What do they do? And that's why we're seeing him take almost a full stock advantage over Luna here, as Luna finally closes it off with a normal, peaceful Stomp Sair.
Now, earlier we saw in the Luna versus Impala set that was a 3-1 with the first game going to Impala, but then a 3-in-a-row victory coming out from Luna. This game is going to be a little bit different story here right out of the gate. He seems to be struggling quite a bit with going up against Sandstorm. They talked about it briefly earlier about the suite of legends that Luna has under his belt. So he does have the option to change, or he just has the option to adapt with this legend specifically. The hammer, we haven't seen that big explosive power just yet against Sandstorm. You see that neutral light coming out. He's coming over here for the edge guard. It confirms regardless, even though he didn't actually make a final hit that forcibly sent Sandstorm into the blast zone, but he didn't have enough to get back, so he still got the stock nonetheless. He's made the lead quite a bit smaller here now. It's about 50, maybe 40 damage that Sandstorm is behind, so he's going to have to come back from that. May not be too tough, but it'll be a whole heck of a lot easier if he kept Luna off of the weapon, the hammer in hand. I'm still waiting for Luna to find these ways in. He just hasn't really found that yet, and this is only game 1.
Now, I want to take a look back here at the last time these two faced off in, I don't think it was a Summer Championship, it was the NSIG Brawls event that happened, I want to say last month, and it was this exact same matchup. It was before Luna was actually practicing the Taros, so you have to give him benefit of the doubt there. But it was the Terrors versus Mirage and Sandstorm taking it up 3-2 in a very explosive back and forth set. And it's kind of reminiscent of this game here, where we're seeing them go very explosive back and forth. You saw Sandstorm with a big lead. Luna wiped it away. Now you're seeing them trade back and forth here in this matchup. And this is one of the better matchups into Terrace, I feel like, because Mirage has that high force and it's able to contest hit for hit with the Terrors, but it also has that low starter frame weaponry. As we see that the Luna getting the lead in this game, momentum, and like is gonna knock out, and he's gonna take game 1 for himself and win his finals.
And he found the adaptation that he needed pretty quickly. I was expecting, the way it started, I was expecting game 1 to be a little bit of a wash and that to be sort of an information gathering site for Luna to figure out how he wants to deal with Sandstorm. But he was able to bring it back a lot more quickly. And that's kind of different from what we've seen from him lately. If we take out Summer Championship that Sandstorm won, it seems like Sandstorm is like on the come up. And for a little bit in 1v1s, it seemed like Luna was a player in, and I mean relatively in quote-unquote decline for a player of his stature, right? We're used to seeing him win tournaments. We expect the first place coming out from Luna, but here recently he's really started to ramp it up a little bit, but even in the Summer Championship, came in 5th place, didn't top 3. So we're seeing him come back now. We're seeing him come back against a very strong Sandstorm who did win Summer Championship, coming in 1st place, of course. So this is looking good for Luna so far, but of course, it is just game 1.
Yep, it is definitely just game 1. We have the whole best of 5 here to play out. And Sandstorm, also a very adaptive player. I want to point out how Luna mid-set right there, you could really see the difference in the first stocks compared to the last as he started throwing in more weapon throws and unarmed into the kit because he just couldn't find what he wanted to do with the weaponry. Now, another thing that we want to talk about here when it comes to Luna is that you're talking about his decline, and he has been noticing it himself. He's been saying, all right, I have been playing a lot, and I need to take a break right now because, you know, Summer Championship is over. I'm not going to the Royale. Maybe it's time I unwind, take a little break, and then come back stronger. He calls it regenerating, and sometimes that's just what you need. You know, when you're burning yourself out, it can really show in your placements.
Now, I'm hoping the Taros is the way to kind of get that refreshment, to get that variety in, because he's been playing the Lucian for a minute. That's what he was really relying on in the 1v1 space, and now he can kind of go back and rekindle that old love that he had with Taros. As he's getting edge guarded here, he's going to actually immediately recover high, did the exhausted recovery back to the main platform, but was caught in midair with the down air from Sandstorm, who sent him back over to the edge, didn't touch, so he didn't reset the jumps, and he was done. And there, exactly again like you said in game 1, the D-Sig coming out from Sandstorm, even though Luna was exactly in the white. That was the first thing he took on that second stock. So that shows you how good those signatures are. You don't just use them as a KO tool. You don't just use them as a Hail Mary. Like, you feel safe throwing them out in just raw neutral at the beginning of the stock. Oh, D-Light ground pound coming out from Luna there to finish up that stock, and Luna has a huge lead here. His D-Light ground pounds have been fantastic. I think it was in his previous set against Impala. Impala was starting the edge guard, and Luna was over on the edge, did a wake-up D-Light into the ground pound, and ended up taking him out, and it was huge. So we're seeing him use that on stage, off stage, when he's in seemingly disadvantaged state. His wake-ups with him are strong as well, getting back onto the main platform, but again, that scythe down air, sending over to the edge, the strong scythe D-Light with the greater force on it, using that active input to send directly over into the blast zone rather than swinging him back towards the middle of the stage, where that's not what you want to do if you're looking to get a stock.
And you were talking about old loves earlier. I don't think there is an older love than Sandstorm, Scythe, and the Edge, right? Because we've seen now 2 different scenarios where Sandstorm picks up his Scythe, just goes on the right off stage, and it's just complete domination. Luna just can't seem to find his footing on these offstage interactions with Sandstorm, and it's easy to say, like, okay, then just don't have them, but when Sandstorm is constantly moving you and pushing you off stage, it's just so much value. And there's the down stick again, trying to close this game out, looking for those high force signatures, and Mirage has this, but Luna is able to make it back to the map. The sideline there is going to bring the damage a bit closer, but Sandstorm, you're seeing him fish for it. He just needs one good hit here.
He's just been controlling center so well. Like, occasionally he'll get hit and sent over to the side. Ooh, the quick spear down air. Gonna close that one out after doing so much work with the scythe. I don't think Luna was expecting something that quick right there. He was probably expecting Sandstorm to play safely because that game was so quick, and you see it reflected in the damage numbers right there. Only 72 damage on the spear on that game compared to the 395 coming out from the Scythe. And there you just saw the replay of that spear down air to clinch that one for Sandstorm. He's looking good, man. I'm not going to say he's looking better than he ever has in the past, but we could be tiptoeing into a new Sandstorm era, the second Sandstorm era.
It is very, like I said, that Brawl League, that other NCAA tournament, it was very back and forth. We saw Luna go in a storm in the first game, completely destroy Sandstorm. Sandstorm comes back, completely destroys him. We're seeing it even this game. We're seeing them kind of trade back and forth in the matches, but it is still going back and forth. That was game 2 going the way of Sandstorm instead of Luna, and now the map bans are coming out. I don't think we're going to see a character pick here at all. I don't think it's going to a character swap here at all, because like I said, the Mirage did not get nerfed. It is what Sandstorm has been putting all his chips into. He's been playing it in customs. He doesn't really need another pick when it comes down to it, because the Mirage does what exactly you need to do in the current meta. And this Roman Reigns, it needs to get tournament ready. It needs to get comfortable for the majors, and that's why Luna's just going to stick onto it.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Sticking with the Roman Reigns, with the Taros, even if he's losing, is very important, because of course he's in the worms already in this tournament. He's in the money already in this tournament. He's in the first place from yesterday. So he has all of the rewards coming from the League Trolli Brawlhalla Bash, but he also has to think about future tournaments. He has to think about the Autumn Championships of the world. He has to especially think about the BCXs of the world as well, and figuring out if this legend, if this Taros pick fits into current meta as an option for him, or if he needs to go back to Lucian, or just find something completely separate from all of that. Is he going to clinch this first stock here? The dodge coming out there, gets over to the wall, Luna picks up the recovery, gets the KO.
Now, that's a very good situation for him. You see the Stomp sending Sandstorm so far that by the time he has any options to make it back to the wall with, Luna's already there, just waiting to catch that last dodge with a recovery, and it's just complete domination. But as I say that, as soon as he's back, Sandstorm picks up the spear, gets a nice side air into the weapon throw, evens up the stocks, and he has the weapon advantage now with the Scythe in hand versus the unarmed. He's going to try to see if he can get some dodge reads here, get some pressure on the map, but Luna, you already know him well for it, instantly clapping back with the unarmed, the 3-piece down like Grandpa into the Nair, and Sandstorm, with all the weapons at his advantage, is still not finding any damage lead here.
Now, I love how Sandstorm took that first stock, as he did the classic side light into the D light, but then the dodge came out from Luna, but Sandstorm still continued it. There was a little bit of a delay between the D light and his side air that actually clinched the KO, but he basically did the side light, D light, side air, but the dodge was already burned. So by delaying it, he was able to confirm that side air for the KO rather than just side light, D light missed, and I'm just going to completely reset back to normal. Luna, with a nice damage lead here, does not have the weapon advantage over on the edge. Dude, his D-Light ground pounds. He's doing them better than like anybody else in the game now.
That was like at the top of the edge where you couldn't even go any further down. And you saw how Sandstorm was being so patient not to waste any options. And Luna's just like, be as patient as you want. I'm going to be more patient. I'm going to call it out perfectly. Even if you're already on the map by the time I get my D-Light, the ground pound is going to be the follow-up. Now Sandstorm's the one that has to even up this game. No options on him. The downer is going to close off Luna's stocks, and that's going to bring it back to a 1-for-1 scenario. Sandstorm a bit more damage. We're going to say that's maybe like a little 60 damage there.
I think it's a good estimate. Sandstorm's in the yellow right now. Luna is fresh. Just took 2 hits. Luna's over on the edge. He does have the axe in hand compared to Sandstorm's Scythe. There's another neutral light coming out. The D-Sig comes out as well. A lot of unanswered damage. The D-Light ground pound from the unarmed kit does at least interrupt some of the momentum with a neutral air into a weapon toss, but Sandstorm still going in unarmed. Almost has Luna in the red. The side air sends Sandstorm over to the edge. The ground pound interrupted by the main platform.
Now, Sparky, these guys, we're seeing how much they value weapon starving and controlling the map and keeping the opponent away from the weapon, but we're also seeing how good they both are at an arm, to where it's like, okay, so weapon starve me, I don't care, I'm going to get more damage than you could possibly imagine with no weapon in my hand. So the swap is going to be there. That means he has Scythe and another Scythe prime. Meanwhile, Luna just enters the unarmed on the edge guard. Sandstorm's going to prime a weapon again. Now he has Spear on his next one, but he did pick up a fresh new Scythe here. The Nair is going to be reverse sending him off stage, and he wants his edge guard. He doesn't want Luna to pick up a weapon and have a chance to play the game here. He's going to catch him lacking with the sweat drops.
He was floating just a little bit too high. He was above the main platform over on the left in the push-off column. You saw the sweat beads come out. All it took from Sandstorm was the side light. solid KO efficiency. I'm going to have to do some math on this. 575 divided by 3 is going to be 191 2/3. That is a solid amount of damage averaged per stock by the time you're knocking Luna out. It's not the absolute most efficient we've ever seen, but we've also seen like Meg D today in some games averaging like 230 damage per stock, which was due largely in part to like, okay, he's playing a Surrey, so if he has guitars in his hands, no consistent KO options. So yeah,
just a Surrey vibes.
Yeah, that's another reason why I love this Mirage pick yet again. The consistency of the spear, the KO options of the spear, the neutral game of the spear, obviously all of the history that Sandstorm has with the Scythe. There you're seeing the tail end of that game. He was just waiting. Nice sidelight KO there. Even the spear or the Scythe kit itself has solid KO options. They're not as consistent, they're not as reliable of an option, but of course, if anyone knows how to do it as reliably as possible, it's the GOAT.
It's going to be Sandstorm. He is that one, that dream in NA that really brought Scythe to the foreground. You had names like Dobreen playing Scythe. You had Effie having that next. I'm listening to some old people here. But it was really Sandstorm that brought that weapon into a winning scene where it was like, okay, wait, this is how you have to play the weapon. Like, this is what you need to do when you're getting Scythe. We saw him take BCX 18 by storm. And even now, all these years later, you still have him on that Scythe. Now, we have him on this Mirage the entire time. It's time for a switch on Luna's part. We're seeing the Ragnar, the Katars coming from that Lucian pick that we know he loves so much. The Taros is gone, but the axe is still there. Bring them together, what do you get? You get the 60-foot Dragon Ragnar. That's a little NSYNC Jeopardy trivia for you guys. And wait, is it 90? It might be 60 or 90. It's one of those numbers that you can flip and then it becomes the other one. But it's the Ragnar, the fire-breathing dragon. He's taking it up against the Mirage, and it's different. We haven't seen him really pull it out in a major yet, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, what do you... Okay, all right, okay, all right, there we go.
All right,
I was
forget
just
it
about to
so
ask you,
back.
Remy, what is... okay, does he and you know something that I don't? Because what is this Ragnar, man? I'm not feeling the Ragnar in ones. I'm just not.
I've seen him pull the Ragnar out in customs, and every time he does that, I go, "Oh, we don't really want to win anymore, do we?"
Yeah, I wasn't gonna go that far, but yeah, that's my feelings exactly on the Ragnar pick, at least in 1v1s.
Yeah, but we just see him panicking in the chat. He's talking about back, like he picked it by mistake.
Okay, but everything's back to normal. No alarm bells need to go off. Everything's okay. He's back over on the Roman Reigns, and we are tied so far in this game. We're about 30 seconds into this one. Of course, that's going to be a punish, and it's going to be a signature punish in the orange, sending Luna almost off screen with it again. That high strength that you were talking about with Mirage earlier. It was a simple side signature punish and almost sent him off screen. There's the D-Sig as well. That one also sent off screen, this time off the top compared to the left side. He has weapon control, but the weapon spawn comes in. Luna grabs the hammer. He's going to have to be careful on the edge. We haven't seen him be able to rely on those hammer recovery KOs like he did in previous sets in this tournament. He's got like one, I think, against Sandstorm, and that's pretty much it.
Now, you saw the wall slips starting up there, and it actually looked like it made Sandstorm panic because he just instantly started jumping up as high as he could, trying to get onto that map, and Luna took that panic, took that 1 second of mistake, and just instantly punished it with an axe recovery, knocking him off the stock. That's going to give Luna the first stock here, and now you see Sandstorm getting greedy for that stock. He's finally going to get it, but not before entering that, once again, light orange, deep yellow, 60 damage HP. But we saw Sandstorm make this up earlier. It's not the end of the world for him, as we can see here. Sidelight, the Slayer is not going to be trending well, but the double downlight is going to rack up so much damage up Sandstorm's side. Now, we have another edge guard step for him here. He doesn't want to commit too fast or too hard, but Luna doesn't mind it. He's going to commit back to the stage here, and now the two trading hits back to back. At this point, it's the benefit of Sandstorm because Luna doesn't want to trade hits. He wants to trade stocks, and he's going to get it with that downlight ground pound.
How is he able to do that so consistently? He can't find hammer recoveries against Sandstorm over on the edge for the KO, but he's finding D-Light ground pounds like it's nothing. He's making it look like he's taking candy from a baby, and Sandstorm is the baby, goo goo gaga. But that's the GOAT we're talking about. His unarmed kit to finish up stocks is absolutely stellar. It seems like he's spending so much time on the wall, and just looking at that alone, I always get like the vibes in the back of the head that like Luna's on the back foot, but then I keep looking in the top right, and definitely this game, like he's not. He's very much in the lead, even though he's stuck over on the wall. That's because Sandstorm will get a hit and send him over there, but Luna's finding so much damage on the way back. He finally gets knocked out by the GCD sig coming out from Sandstorm, but now we're still looking at like an 80 damage, maybe a 90 damage lead for Luna. He has weapon advantage as well after Sandstorm threw away his scythe and Luna picked up the new weapon spawn. Sandstorm getting over the right side, picks up the scythe. Now Luna's disarmed.
Yeah, this is definitely this game was set up for a mountain for Sandstorm to climb here, but we've seen him do it before. You can already see that the damage is getting somewhat even. He's on a lot of hits before Luna was only able to get that stomp there. A GC downlight's gonna waste his dodge, but it's not the end of the world as he makes it back on stage now. Sandstorm trading these attacks out. You can just see him mashing, whiffing. It's not the end of the world though. Another stomp there is still not gonna KO. And at this point, Luna, he's looking for one good hit here, and Sandstorm, he's looking for a big interaction to maybe take the stock away.
He's fishing for these stomp side airs. The last two that he hit were great, but unfortunately they were on the wrong side of the stage. They were like on the left side of the stage, sending over to the right side. You still see him stomping the yard, hoping to find it. There it is from the middle of the stage. That one is going to KO. That one keeps Luna alive in his winner's bracket run. He's even going to GG after that. We're going to game 5, Remy.
It takes so much restraint. You're seeing these stomps come out over and over again, and it's because that's the option. If you go for that raw jump Sarah that we see a lot of EU players like to go for, and it is because when you compare the regions, EU does like to jump a lot, go for those aerial options. NA is not going to jump into it. You see Sandstorm, he has so much restraint. He's sitting there on the ground. Every time we saw Luna jump, he just got picked up by that scythe there. So he just waits, going for these stomps over and over again, and the last one finally hits. He's just, if this was LAN, you just see the player camps. He's just so relieved. Finally, I got to stomp Sarah off. But all that did was bring it to a game 5, and that's good. We don't want to lose here. The game 5, we're gonna take what we can get, but it's not over yet. We're seeing the bans come through again. Same characters. We're not gonna get to see the Ragnar, guys. False alarm.
I'm still so glad. I saw the Ragnar's like, yeah, this one's pretty much over, unless he knows something that I don't, which I didn't know he had a Ragnar, period. So the fact that you educated me on that, he brings it out occasionally in customs to apparently mixed results at best. But man, I'm glad he's sticking with it. I'm glad that we're not seeing him like lose a couple games and then immediately retreat over on the Lucian, completely abandoning this plan, because I think Taros in general has a place in the meta. I think Kaina probably makes Taros look better than he actually is. Like when Kaina plays Taros, he makes him look like the best legend in the game, but I still definitely think that Taros has a place in current meta, especially given the new dash changes as well and how players are using them. But the beginning of this game is not making Taros look very good, and it's making Sandstorm look incredible.
Yeah, Taros definitely does have footing in the meta, especially, like, let's forget Taros, let's just look at Axe in general. What Stingray was doing with Axe in the Summer Championships on the Zol, what Snowy has been doing on with Axe in this tournament on the Zol. It definitely has a place where that high force Axe can do work, but this high force Scythe, the down sig comes out one more time, and Sandstorm, look at his health, Sparky. What color is that? What color is that?
It's yellow.
I got you. It's the lemon yellow from the lemon half of the Trolli candy.
Oh, yeah,
that's exactly what he's at. And now Luna's at it, and he hasn't taken his first stock.
It's still crazy, like that down signature that Sandstorm hit is like, a lot of times we think of the D-Sig as like, oh, it's a stacked option, but really, like, it still had some range. Like those two, oh, and he picks up the bottom side of the side sig to make the connection with a 2-stock lead. He does not want to move away from the yellow color of the Trolli Sour Bright Crawlers.
The double-sider is going to change that color. Now we're on the tangy orange, and then we're on the tangy back to white because his stock just got completely deleted by Luna's ground pound. But he's going to take that. It's 2 stocks to 1 now. Luna's back at that yellow, and Sandstorm's just beating on him with the unarmed.
There was a GC sidelight into the neutral air coming out from Luna. He's doing his best to weapon starve Sandstorm. Sandstorm, like, he doesn't need to be in any rush whatsoever. Of course, he has a strong unarmed kit. Luna continuing to weapon starve. We're seeing a few hits here and there, but Sandstorm, again, he's in no hurry. Again, Luna takes another weapon away from him. Now, unfortunately for Luna, he hasn't been able to do too much damage. Like, he's on his final stock. He has to be careful. We're in a game 5 situation here, and Sandstorm finally grabbing the spear.
Ooh, double sidelight, just playing the neutral game here. You can see him tagging on hits back to back. And now we're looking for those big engages with the signatures. I'm telling you, man, every time one of these guys don't have a weapon, you're not even like worried about it. You're not even thinking about the fact that they don't have a weapon.
Oh, the D-Light just barely misses, and he still finds the falling side air. Luna over on the edge, the exhausted recovery. We saw him do that earlier. I think on this exact stage was the exhausted recovery over the corner, and Sandstorm plucked him right out of the air, exactly the same last time, got the stock off of it as well. He was relegated to under 300 damage. He was only able to do 294. Sandstorm almost did that much, well, on actually kind of all three of his options, but really on the scythe and the spear. But yeah, he did 126 damage just on the unarmed kit alone. Incredible work from Sandstorm here, taking down Luna's Taros.
Yeah, Sandstorm doing the best to his ability there to just secure his spot in the grand finals, and it really just makes you feel, because now it's like one community tournament and then the major tournament, summer championships, and another community tournament. He's in grand finals 3 streaks in a row with the players in NA playing in it, right? We're not gonna pretend like, oh, it's a little lackluster, it's a little, you know, these are community tournaments. We have everyone here. We have Luna here. We have Impala here. Snowy's here. The players that you need to be beating are here, and they're giving you trouble. And Sandstorm's making his way into grands every single time. You gotta be worried now, thinking about how he's gonna go into the Royale coming up at the start of next month.
So looking at this bracket here, we have Sandstorm moving on in a game 5 over Luna into the grand finals. He's guaranteed top 2 in the league Trolli Brawlhalla Bash. That means Luna is going to be going down into the elimination bracket. He's going to move into the elimination finals. He is now going to be waiting for the victor of our next set, and it's going to be Impala versus Meg D.
Impala versus Meg D. Both of these players just known for such good movement. Impala, you've seen he was kind of the one using dash landing the most at Valencia.
Oh yeah.
When that was the first weekend we saw it come out. He had already adapted it and moved it into his play kit. And just the way he moves around platforms in general, just the way he plays the bow kit, using that range, long and short, to his advantage, mixing the movement in between. He's just such a spectacular movement player. And Megdi, the same thing. You've seen his spacing. You've seen how he can get up in your face and then immediately beast across the map, trying to get pressure on you, forcing options out just with his movement alone. And you're seeing a good matchup here as well.
And these two players have like a lot of history between them. In terms of games, they're 18-8. Favoring Impala. In terms of total matches, 7-1 in favor of Impala. That is an 88% win rate. That's huge. That includes DreamHack Valencia. That was not very long ago. That was just over a month ago. But even that one, despite the 88% win rate for Impala, that was still a Game 5 situation between these two. And it was likely the matchup that we're going to see between these two. It was, of course, Impala on the Kaya and then Meg D on the Asuri that he's been playing today.
Now, especially since we don't really see Impala switch off often, most of his matchups you're going to see is going to be on the Kaya. I remember I was casting, I think it was the side for Summer Championships, and I looked at his pro stats. You can do that by yourself as well with the pro stats tool. If you look at his pro stats, it's just Kaya for 100 games. He's reporting it, but it's just Kaya only. Yep. You're never going to see anything else. Megdi, we know he has the Val. We know he has the Wu Shang and 2s with the Chun-Li crossover. We know he has the Asuri. We know he has some orb characters. We've been seeing him play the Dusk in one. Maybe it won't come out here. We know he has the Hattori. So many things that Megdi can pull out. He's that main sword player. Now, sword's always kind of been in the meta, but he's kind of the one that, you know, plays it the most now. He's the one that you kind of talk to, and he's like, yeah, I love to see good sword gameplay. I love to see excellent sword gameplay, and I love to show that. So it's really good. I myself, an old sword player, love seeing his work done with the blade. So it's just going to be a really good matchup here. Even though Impala has gotten the win on it multiple times, that was the old Megdi. We have the new Megdi in lobby. This is a different person.
Now, I did quote numbers 7 and 1 in the matchup for their set counts, and of course that includes community tournaments as well. What you're seeing on the screen right now, 5-1, is strictly official events between these two. So you can trust both numbers. Both numbers are technically correct. But going over to what you were saying about like the sword gameplay that Megdi likes to rely on, is that's kind of why we saw a lot of people move off of Asuri. And I'm looking specifically at players like Godly. Because Godly was playing Asuri for a while when Asuri was, I don't want to say new hotness, but for lack of a better term, the new hotness. But the way that you had to play that sword to be successful wasn't a way that Godly wanted to play. And then you saw him move to the other legends, including especially the Wu Shang that he's been playing recently. But Megdi thrives in that type of gameplay. That is what Megdi is known for better or for worse, despite the way people talk about it. This time, though, first weapon is going to go immediately to Impala.
And we haven't been getting to see a lot of Brawlhalla, but the bright colors, we've been seeing so much Fortress Alliance, so much Apocalypse, that dark brownish hue. It's good to see the blue sky come out on top of these two players, and Impala, he's using that free range of motion on the short space map. Just kind of harass Megdi here with the bow kit, getting him to that light orange as soon as the game starts within the first 30 seconds. And you're seeing the Katars, they like to come down on you with that down air aerial move, and the bow has the perfect move to catch you out on your jump there with that end light.
Yeah, the punish game has definitely been favoring Impala so far. Now, one thing you mentioned earlier was how much we saw Impala dashing and using the new dash options at DreamHack Valencia. And it seemed like it wasn't sustainable. Like, he was doing it a lot. He was doing an incredible amount, more than virtually any other player. And I think since then, he's kind of calmed down on it a little bit. We're still seeing him do it a lot, quite a bit, but not nearly as much as he was at DreamHack Valencia, just because like it wasn't like physically sustainable. The human body was not meant to do that many actions per minute with what he was having to do.
He has the mind, but not the body. You need to build a stronger one.
The mind is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Well, Megdi needs to get his mind and flesh in order, as right now it seems like Impala just has him beat in every department. He's landing more hits, he's finding these KOs faster, and the neutral game is also there for him. You're seeing him catch he's jumping with Megdi, making him think, alright, it's going to be a floating in between us, but every single time he touches the ground, he catches Megdi's landing as well. He's like, yeah, I'll jump with you. Wait, no, I won't. Good luck hitting the ground. The side stick's going to come out on that whiff stare, and it's going to be a 2-stock lead for Impala.
He was juggling Megdi from the air, but more importantly, from the ground as well. He's now swapped over to the spear. Even that little weapon toss right there, adding up just a little bit of damage, a little bit of momentum interruption now that Megdi does have the Katars. He's fishing for the side airs, finally gets the recovery to get the KO, but technically he's more than a full stock behind, as he has a little bit of damage as Impala is spawning back in. The unarmed neutral air gave him plenty of room to get over, grab the bow. Trying to land these maybe falling side airs, these neutral airs as well. There's the sidelight to start it out. No major push forward, just kind of sticks in the middle of the stage.
The downlight, the dairy is there. You can see the half pipe start up. He doesn't get the second down air read he was looking for. Now, Impala
that's big.
is just going to close off that game. From one interaction where Megdi was honestly in the lead of it all, he gets a good bit of damage, and as soon as they end up off stage, Impala is punishing him.
I can't believe that KO. Like, yeah, it's about ground pound and orange. I understand that, but holy cow, the fact that KO'd. I would not. Okay, yeah. The first thing that Megdi banned out was Small Brawlhalla. That was insanely early, and I wasn't able to catch the damage breakdown on the actual weapons themselves, but it was like 462 damage or something on the bow, and then the rest were under 100. He averaged 167 damage per stock that game, largely in part because of that ground pound that took Megdi out at about maybe 110, 120.
Now Megdi going for an aggressive option here on the second game. He swapped it over. He's dropped the Katars. He said they weren't working for him, even though he did find that first knockout. And he found the brunt of his damage on the second stock with the Katars. He's saying he'd rather have this high speed. He hasn't picked up Spear yet, so I don't know if that's why he switched to the Tori, but the stat difference is definitely going to be noticeable as he uses that movement around the map.
I would like to see him just, not even necessarily focus on the spear more. We'll see what he does with it. But the fact that he's off of Katars, I'm much happier with that, because they were just not working. He's great at Katars. He's a fantastic guitar player, but they were just 100% not working against Impala whatsoever. He was struggling to find his way in. Like, yeah, he got that one the guitar dare loop string, but other than that, we saw virtually nothing coming out from his guitars, and now he has a lead. It's partially due to the swordplay that he's doing so far. Maybe it's also the higher movement speed, lets him maneuver around compared to also the movement speed that Kaya has, but he's still getting juggled.
Now, we saw Phazon in Summer Championships bring Impala to Game 5 on the same matchup, and he was just using that high movement speed on both weapons, honestly, just to challenge Impala's movement. And I think that's one of the things that Impala doesn't really expect or see coming, right? It's like he moves really well, and then you give him a player that's willing to just go, okay, move all you want, I'm challenging you head on, you're going to have to give up stage, you're going to have to give up pressure, as we're seeing Megdi do here. We're seeing a lot of Impala just gesturing back and forth, and Megdi's the one that's actually moving towards him with these weapon throws, with these sword end lights, and it's actually working here. It's knocking Impala out of his footsies, out of his happy place where he likes to be on the ground.
Nice falling dare there coming out from Megdi. Again, he's doing a great job controlling that center stage. This time the weapon toss comes out. He's also able to pick up the spear neutralite. He's going to have solid range here to deal with the bow. Great edge guard coming out. He actually did a spot dodge there and just waited, bouncing off the wall, hitting the side air as well. The ground pound coming out. No, he's going to be more careful, use the range of the down air, and he's going to absolutely confirm it with yet another one. Now Megdi has a 2-stock lead. This is huge for him. This swap, and he's going to get breakdanced.
Very reminiscent of the first game, but this time in his favor. He's the one with the 2-stock lead this time. Even through all the spear dare changes, that momentum shift on the backdrift of it, he was still able to get 3 dares in a row there and confirm the stock off of Impala very, very early. And we're seeing 2 more dares come out there, and the damage is somewhat even here, but the stock deficit is just going to be so relevant here as he gets that sidelight downlight there. And Impala feels like he has to do something here. He has to go with the brute force aggression, and it's just not working. Megdi's setting up that wall, and he's beating him at every single turn.
I'm really loving this switch, and not just because like he's doing a great job here and winning, but I would love to see the Hattori make more presence known in tournaments coming out from Megdi. Not just as a, like, the Asuri isn't working, but I would like to see maybe the Hattori take the prominent first spot, maybe be the starter legend for Megdi. I think it's more relevant in the meta. You don't see a lot of Katars coming out, and when you do, it's like a Lucian pick because you can also rely on the blasters, which are incredible in meta, and of course you still have high movement speed as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an option that people can pick here. I think it's good into a lot of stuff, and I've also been saying it. Phazon's been saying it. That's why you see him basically pick it into everything. If it starts losing, maybe he'll default to the Val. But the Hattori's a pick that she's been feeling very abandoned, you know? Godly had that stint with it as a counter pick at BCX last year, but we haven't really seen any true Hattori main or someone that really wants to, well, we have Capstar, but someone who really wants to take it to the highest heights.
I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to be rude.
Yeah, no.
Really, it's the way that you said it. The way that you said it made me laugh.
It's just the way it's the way that it is. It's the way I say it. It's the way that it is.
No disrespect. No disrespect. I'm not being rude. No disrespect.
Hattori to the highest heights there is, and that could be Megdi as he pulls that game into his favor and takes it back to Apocalypse again. Impala is not willing to change the map, not willing to change the character, but he is going to change the outcome of this game, he hopes.
Oh yeah, people are saying Java. I didn't forget about Java. Really, Java is sitting in my mind right now, permanently implanted with the Finn. It's that the Finn has been so good lately that I actually forgot that Java also played Hattori for a little while.
Never forget about Java, man. It's just because he's the Bodvar player. He's the resident Bodvar player. Like, when we think of Java, even though he plays only Hattori now, I'm still thinking about the yellow truck stop Bodvar.
Yeah, okay. I see that as well. I miss it. Java was like one of my favorite hammer players in the world, if not my absolute favorite in the world for a very, very long time. I would love to see him make a comeback.
Waffling? Impala just took his first hit in this game.
Yep, he's crazy. He's crazy on it. There is a weapon spawn on the field. I don't think either player is really going to use it unless like they choose to do the weapon toss for the edge guard. I don't think they really want to swap onto the weapon for the actual kit.
Neither of them really mind the weapons they have. Impala, extraordinary down light there, but he didn't think he could get the recovery off, so he goes for the neutral air, and it's not going to get away. He wants bow again. You were talking about they're not going to swap anything. He picked up the spear and instantly threw it away, getting another bow out. Now he's going to have the spear one more time, it looks like. Oh,
he really didn't want it. He was around the weapon spawn and said, no, I'm going to go in unarmed here. You can take the spear if you want, Megdi. Weapon spawn coming in.
And neutral air KOs.
Yep, that means a lot of damage was built up. What's crazy is how he built up that damage, and it was over like a reasonable period of time. It wasn't super quick. It started off quick, then kind of tapered off towards the end. It was like a minute and a half, but in that process, he took maybe 110, 120 damage. So his defense so far has been really good, and he's already playing a high defense legend.
Yeah, it's going to very much hurt Hattori here, and that's kind of the thing with Hattori. Even though it is good at racking up damage, good at moving around the map, the signatures don't kill till very late, and the light force on the weapons also means you're not going to see a knockout happen till the very depths of the HP. I don't even think a good double down like Sair right here would knock out Impala just yet, and it doesn't look like it's even going to happen as Impala refuses to waste his dodge. And this is something I noticed last year at BCX too while analyzing the event. It was like Impala doesn't dodge unless you make him dodge, right? Even off that hit right there, we see the end light come out, and he just dashes through Megdi, keeping the dodge as a defensive option for when he needs it in the dire moments.
And that's going to be like really smart against a spear player, because a lot of spear players will just try to go for like the standard flowchart game plan of like, oh, I'm going to side light, wait for your dodge, I'm going to throw another side light, now I'm going to do the D-light Sair, or I'm going to do the D-light, maybe I'm going to get cheeky and go for the double D-light. So the fact that he's not using that dodge means it's not going to be on cooldown when it matters, so he doesn't get hugely strung all over the stage and then loses stock. Side stick comes out finally to get out that first stock, but that was, I'm looking at the time right now, that was just under a 3-minute stock from Impala. That's huge.
And we saw that mostly play out with the power of the bow kit into the spear kit, right? Megdi decided that he wants to play mostly spear and get this kind of 50-50 matchup where it's like, okay, who plays spear better? It's a skill diff, right? And then Impala goes, all right, play all the spear you want. I'm going to get in and out of your hitboxes using the bow kit. And you've been seeing mostly that happen throughout the set, keeping mostly bow in hand, not opting really to spear to him at all.
You saw the bounce pass to himself, making sure he doesn't get disarmed. Wants to 100% stick onto that bow as long as he can. That neutral hitting basically stacked.
The downer actually, yeah, it hit there, but that downer barely missing. I was like, wait, is this Impala? That's one of the first interactions where I see him. He micro spaces it just slightly off and misses his downer angle.
Ooh, trying to go for the back-to-back break dances. That was a little bit of a wild option. Of course, he has room to play with, so even if he lost his stock there, which he's not even close to doing, but if it happened, he's still in a really good spot.
We're going to see a down stick come out soon.
Oh, on-stage ground pound actually as the option. Gonna stick to the middle of the stage now, stack right on top, doesn't really have those great stacked options, goes for the long ranger, throwing off the top, getting the KO, and we're gonna be moving into game 4 now that Impala has a 2-1 lead.
Some very good adaptation from both these players here. We see a 2-stock come out from Impala, and then Megdi says, oh, it's like that then? He's 2-stocks him back, but Impala goes, wait, it is like that then. And he 2-stocks him again. It's like that scene where Gojo comes back to Toji and he's like, you're right, you're so right, and Impala's just Gojo.
I
don't know if you've seen that.
He is Gojo. I've been saying that. I've said that for a while now. And Megdi, if I had to pick anybody that Megdi is, it's Toji all day.
Maybe not Megdi is Toji, but the reference is there.
Yeah, for sure. That's Jujutsu Kaisen.
That sorcery fight, but we're going back into the game here, and it is going to be Demon Island. We're talking about sorcery fight, and it's Demon Island. Everything is flowing together. He is Gojo.
He truly is, and we're seeing a legend swap here. We're seeing the sword.
Wait, this is a different one.
We're seeing
okay,
the
this one's catching me off guard. The Koji coming out for Megdi, that's one we haven't seen in a long time.
I had to think about, I wasn't ready for the crossover, so the reason I said we have the bow and we have the swords, because I had to program in my brain, wait, who has bow and sword? Oh yeah, it's Koji, a legend I haven't seen in a hot minute.
Unless it's Akno playing it and maybe Godly matching him in the Ditto for some reason. You don't really get to see too many Koji players come back out, but Megdi's doing his best with it. He already put one Signature Shroud. It is going to be a whiff, but he didn't really get punished for it. And does he want bow? It looks like he doesn't want to go in with the sword. He finds the bow, and we finally see him opting to break neutral now. late.
Setting over on the edge, the recovery ends up grabbing
Maybe
over
he's
the
been
corner.
hiding this for a reason.
Yeah, he's got a nice lead here.
Cider is going to disarm Impala here, and it also is going to catch his recovery.
Okay.
So that's going to be a nice, relatively early stock for Megdi here. And I'm not going to lie, as a Koji player, I do actually like this matchup. I think it's a very good one. You have the sword to deal with a lot of stuff, but you also have that bow. And if you're comfortable with the bow ditto, you also beat it into the spear. You're just going to feel like a good guy all the time, especially into Impala. Impala's the bow player right now. He's the guy that's playing bow, and no one else is playing bow. But I also think as a player, he's kind of weak into bow. Just because of the way he likes to move, he likes to hover in the air. If you can get these downlights out on him like Megdi's doing now, if you can bait him out and get these anti-aerial options, Bo is really good into dealing with Impala, and Megdi's showing it right here.
I mean, I feel like he just doesn't have to deal with really strong bow players almost ever, because it's like it's Acno, and I mean like the people you're running into at the end of tournament when it really matters. I'm talking about the best players in the world. There's just not a lot of bow players out there. There's the occasional Vector, but even then, how often is Impala running into Vector players? I'm looking at like you sometimes, but other than that, yeah, maybe it's
is there
just
another Vector player?
Not that I can think of right now.
I mean, you're 100% right, though. A lot of the top players will agree, Bo is so strong. Are we gonna ever see you play it, guys? We've mainly got Laura's, Yuz, and Impala himself playing Bo at a high level, and for the most part, Impala's just been kind of dealing with all of them pretty well.
I guess it's just Megdi's different.
Megdi knows.
See if he's going to be waiting
back on sword here
for the weapon spawn to come in, or if he just wants to stick with sword here. We haven't seen him really try and commit to the standard auto KO combo options, the D-Light recovery, the D-Light cider, depending on where you are. He hasn't really been extending off stage for the down air KO or anything like that. He's just been playing standard neutral. Might get him into trouble here, though. He seems like he's having trouble closing this one out. Impala is just putting so much space between the two that Megdi just barely has the range to get in. Like, it's going to be that sword neutral light, but from middle of the stage, it could potentially set up into an edge guard. But again, Megdi's not really stretching off stage.
Now you can just see how bad Megdi wants it here. He's not switching over because it needs to be the sword knockout. It's the easier weapon to knock out with, and that Nair is still not going to do with the high ceiling of Demon. But Impala is just doing such a good job of maneuvering right outside the spear's hitboxes. He doesn't want to commit to anything. That punish is going to come through, and he doesn't care about the weapon. That punish is going to come through on the movement, and he's still holding on to the stock. Side air is finally going to knock it out. But Megdi's basically lost that lead he made for himself at the start.
And now we're seeing kind of what I was touching on earlier, is like Megdi is having to do an incredible amount of damage to close out games. There was a game previously when he was averaging like 230 damage per stock, and all of that time, that's giving Impala time to come back and add up damage. That if we flipped it around, we talked about Impala taking a long time to close out stocks earlier, but he wasn't actually taking damage in the process. That was when he was like 2 stocks up, and he was just in the orange on that first stock, even though he was averaging like 3 minutes a stock so far in the game. So we're seeing like 2 major differences here, but things are really turning around for Megdi. He's adding up so much unanswered damage. This is huge.
We're talking about how hard it is for him to take the stocks and how that gives his opponent time to catch up. But as soon as that stock is gone, when it comes to building the damage, he gets that bow in hand and he just feels so good with it, so clutch there. He finally gets an early stock there as soon as he gets him the red with the sword edge guard. And we're going into game 5 with both players. No more switches for Megdi. This is it. You 2-stocked him there, but it can't be like the Tori, right? We can't go into this game and get 2-stocked because there's no pick after this. There's no match after this. This is where it all ends. Going into this game 5, the Koji versus the Kaya. The bow has been looking good for Megdi, so he's got to do it again.
Now that GCD light that we just saw on the replay, that was like one of the first offstage engagements that we really saw Megdi go for. He burned his dodge there to do the D-light, so that was a risk. And he also went for the D-light dare. Ended up missing the dare, but still, that was one of the first offstage engagements actually reaching out there that we saw from Megdi. One of the first major commitments we saw offstage from Megdi. And of course, he was with that sword that he spent so much time on that we really know him for.
Now Impala, this time he's opting to go for bow v bow, and you're seeing him get a good early string there, but Megdi's already gotten a bit of damage for himself, so they're just trading evenly right now. And yep, you can see the hits coming in. Megdi gets one, Impala gets one back. That's another tap. There's 2 in a row from Impala, and maybe he can start feeling himself here, but nope. Magdi hits him right back. Now 6 is going to be the first big commitment from these players.
We're here in Game 5 on Apocalypse. Both of them going relatively even. Megdi was able to swipe out that weapon. The next spawn comes in on the soft platform. No major rush from Impala on it. He's playing it relatively safe. Does pick up the spear. Ooh. Neutral sig comes out. Was really far away on it. So Megdi was still safe. Impala went back up into the air and caught him with the second neutral signature as he was coming in for a landing.
Now we're allowed to miss 1, but that just means we're going for 2 because... What? Keep gambling. It's like Sparky showed you guys yesterday. Put your money on the house and the house will pay you good. As the second neutral sig takes him off the top.
All gamblers lose right before they're about to make it big. It's coming. Trust me. Keep gambling. You will win. You will change your life. Meg D is proof right here. You're seeing it in front of you today. We saw it yesterday as well.
Now Impala opting to play calm here. You can see him just going off stage. He only comes back on for a split second to get his jumps reset from the wall slip there, and then he's instantly just back off now. Okay, so sidelight's gonna be the option.
Weapon spawn coming in, grabs it. Immediately
so
throws it. Oh, Megdi snaked it away.
Swipes it.
But with that weapon toss that Impala did, you saw he was able to immediately grab it before it despawned. So there was a really safe weapon toss that he did. There is technique in that weapon toss alone.
Impala just looks so uncomfortable in this spear versus bow matchup. He's able to get some damage there with the weapon throw. I'm surprised he's not opting to swap it away here, but Megdi was able to catch him out. You can see he's just misspacing these end lights because Bonaire just has that option to be on top of you at all times, whether on the ground or in the air. He's able to just win you out neutral. Now he's finding end lights, but he's not finding much more, and the damage from that isn't going to be enough to win this game for him. Megdi switching the sword. Now he has Impala in the red here, and Impala, wall slipping, has to go on. The end light's going to be the edge guard, but it's not going to KO just yet.
And no major offstage engagement. Again, it was that like one that we saw previously in the last game. He moved over for a second, but Impala was ready for that one. Immediately came out with the unarmed recovery. Ended up hitting Megdi before he was able to put out a single hitbox. Impala's behind here. He's also at weapon disadvantage, but Megdi is being very careful about how he chooses to engage. There's the neutral air. It was from the edge of it, sending up high, but not completely into the blast zone. The bow is here. Oh, he's gonna pay for that one. That had to be a misinput.
No, that could not have been the option. Weapon throw into taunt, I think they patched out a long time ago, bro. And you could already see what Megdi's goal was there with the sword. He just wanted to take that stock so that he could play this bow once again. Kind of just like beat him in neutral like he's been doing here. That's the first snare, and that's going to be the first snare of many, as you can see him trying to get the juggles out now with the end lights. Playing this platform, waiting for Impala to make a mistake. And there it is, the sidelight just whiffs and is punished immediately. This very, very non-risk punish game that Megdi is going for here. Impala can't find his way in, can't break neutral, and he needs an answer. He needs to throw out a signature or something. The weapon throws is going to leave him unarmed. Megdi matches it, and now he's the one with no weapon, but Impala still hasn't thrown a hitbox out.
That was a great weapon swipe from Impala. He was using like the max range of it to grab it right out from under Megdi without putting himself in any real danger. The side air, setting up for the edge guard. Doesn't even need the edge guard. You saw the sweat beads coming out when he was way, way, way too far away from the stage to actually get over to the wall and reset his jumps. So we're in a good spot here. That weapon toss is going to bonk him on the head just a little bit. But yeah, Impala's done a great job bringing this one back here as we're both on final stocks in Game 5. Keep in mind, this is elimination semifinals. Winner of this moves on to face Luna. The loser of this is going to miss the podium, going to be in 4th place.
All I can think about from that edge guard was, who is Impala? Because Megdi goes down there for a recovery, bringing him back up. He doesn't want to go for the edge guard, he just wants to bring him back up with the recovery. And all I'm thinking there is, wait, why is Megdi doing this? This is surprising to me, but Impala just knows. He just calls him out with the side air, and now we're getting deep into the last stocks here. Impala is getting tagged by these Bonairs. At this point, it looks like a recovery or a downlight recovery. Yep, might be the end of that stock. No, the Kaya defense on Apocalypse coming in clutch. It's going to be one more hit from Megdi. Go, there's the downlight, there's the nair, and there's the set. Going in Megdi's favor, he's the one that's going to move on. They've all placed for their candy, but Megdi is now saying, all right, now that I've gotten the real prize, let's just see if we can get a little bit of change for our worth here.
And that was really smart to go for the D-Light Nair there instead of the D-Light recovery. Ooh, there was that taunt that got punished. That was brutal. And you're going to see here where he picked up the D-Light, he went for the more safe option of going with the neutral air. Because when you pick up like right on that corner, it's kind of like the same thing that we see, or that we used to see. No one plays Hammer anymore. But that we used to see with Hammer, where if you picked up right on that corner and you went for just like the standard stomp jump side air, you're going to end up missing it because you only picked up like halfway from the hurt box and then lift them up high enough. So the fact that he went for the safe option there, the smart option there as well. Meg D is going to clinch that one in game 5 over Impala. Impala does not make it to the podium.
Impala's going to be shaking his head about that one, but we do have our top 3 of this event in Sandstorm, Luna, and Megdy. Names you know very well, and you can definitely bet that. I think we have a break here, but after that short break, just give everyone a second to get their energy, their hype up. We're going to bring you the elimination finals right back soon. Just so stick in your seats. Don't go anywhere. Sparky's here. I'm here. Luna's here. Megdy's here. Where are you going to be? It's Trolli. It's Sunday night. It's about to get peak. It's peak action. Don't go anywhere.
There goes Luna. Another Saturn experience with back-to-back 1v2s. 3-0s, Luna and Pugsy.
And he still has a chance to get the W.
Are you kidding me?
It's just struggling. Zare doubling up. He goes all the way out there. What a ridiculous.
One of those barely situations.
Oh, team combo.
Oh, the down stick into the neutral stick. And Pugsy.
Ryu holding on the down air.
In the middle of two gauntlet players, this could turn bad, and there it is. It's gonna hurt. It's the worst. And you are gonna lose game number 2.
String so many things together. Both of his weapons looking good. My man is still sweating. He's dead. He's dead.
Hughes has done it. He has unseated Luna. Vamos, Brazil.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. You didn't need the extra hits, but he wanted them.
Headphones on. Impala. What an incredible performance. He is your 1v1 Brawlhalla World Champion.
Oh my gosh, it's been an excellent year for Brawlhalla Esports. You're seeing all those clips and they all culminate in one giant event, BCX, November 3rd through 5th, BCX.live. Get your tickets now. Sparky, you've been to all of them. Can you tell them what they're missing out on?
They're missing out like everything that is Brawlhalla, like all of the important parts of Brawlhalla diffused down and boiled down and reduced down into just it's pure juice, baby. It's everything you love about Brawlhalla. It's the gameplay. It's the people that you've met along the way. It's the people that you watch and enjoy their content. Streamers like Remy, like Sandwick, some of the other streamers that you like, Phazon, all the players, all of the action, leaks, content creators, merch. It's truly everything that we love about Brawlhalla all under one roof. Make sure to go to bcx.live. Get your tickets now. The earlier you register, the better the event organizers know how many people are coming, so they can make sure that we have the right number of setups, we have the right number of merch, so merch doesn't sell out. The earlier you do it, the better for the event organizers and for you out there as well. Want to make sure we have chairs for everybody, all of that. Go to bcx.live. It's the most exciting part of the year. That is 100% without a doubt factual.
As someone who has been on that stage, been off that stage, all of that nonsense, BCX is an experience I wouldn't trade for the world. You guys all gotta get out there. If all of the stuff Sparky said wasn't enough, I'm gonna be there.
Remy's gonna be
there. And I'm the GOAT.
He is.
So you can just see me there. It's Foda's gonna be there. That's the other GOAT. And Sparky's gonna be there. That's a third GOAT. There's a lot of GOATs going, so you should go so that you can meet the GOATs. That's it. That's just go B6. B6.live. Go. That's it.
And it's elimination finals time. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Luna in the lobby. We got Meg D in the lobby. Luna going to likely be bringing in the Taros that we have known him for, that he built his career on, that he built his name on. We're going to see him bringing that into the elimination finals against Meg D, who has already locked in. And it's not going to be the Yasuri that you have on your screen. It's not going to be the Yasuri that he's been playing so far today, because last set, things really started to change for him. Initially started moving on to the Hattori and then found his footing 2 games in a row to clinch the set against Impala on that Koji.
Wow, he must have. I mean, that Impala, those Impala games must have really done something to him, because he's coming in here opening with the Storm Shadow crossover now, and that's something we haven't really seen from him. We know the Hattori, we know all of his picks. We talked about it. We don't need to talk about it again because we did. This Koji one wasn't mentioned there, because it's been years since he played this. It's in black. It's level 54, so you know he's played it, but we haven't seen it in a while. We can all agree on that. But he locks in first, and the diamond hit is what Luna answers with. He says the Taros is not. That's not the matchup I want to play. You locked in first. You made that mistake, because technically Luna has to lock in first as higher seed, but you locked in first, so I'm going with the diamond head. and we're going to small forces alliance.
Yeah, we've occasionally seen Luna lean on this Diamond Head as the option. People talk about the Caspian, saying he's like one of the best legends in the game, and we haven't. Okay, all right, okay, okay, dude, okay, dude, all right, Luna, okay, brother, we got it. You're good, okay.
He actually thinks he's good for that. You're not, buddy. But yeah, Luna opens up with an extreme gauntlet game paired with a weapon throw to take Magdi out early on that first stock, and he's already lapped the damage with these Katars. Now the Katar bow matchup. It's one that we saw Impala win out, but can Magdi also win it out? Because it just depends on the kind of bow player you are, right? We know some bow players, they're fine with it. They use the unless they use neutral layers and they beat it out. But some bow players, they actually think it's a bad matchup. They don't like playing going to Katars and they opt to avoid it. So it just depends on what kind of player you are. But Magdi's the kind of player that opts to play sword instead of bow when the Katars are in presence.
Now Magdi's doing a pretty good job bringing this back. He is in the orange on his second stock, but he's not really letting Luna get too much so far. He's been adding up quite a bit of damage. He's been zoning out Luna quite a bit. Now that he has the bonus and he can really rely on that range. Falling neutral air. Doesn't quite send up the top yet. Of course, he's going to go back over to that bow. He's going to strip the field, keep Luna unarmed. He thought he could get in with the GC side light. Now Luna has the Katars in hand. Of course, that side sig that he just showed us. So devastating. Okay, he's keeping this momentum going. I was a little bit worried that original Gimp was going to be all for naught because of the way that Magdi was bringing it back. The way he was going to be able to zone out Luna, but no, he's able to find his way in.
Now, Magdi has a lot of room to make up for here, and he still has to take this stock off of Luna, and Luna's not really letting him. You can see all these hits stack up, and he's now entered that light orange, and Luna's finally losing his first stock in deep barbecue red.
We're not even 2
minutes
into the game, and we've already seen 2 stocks fall from Magdi. We're seeing Luna, man, he's saucing so far. He looks very confident, especially with that like arcing weapon toss that we just saw. He's getting a little cheeky with it as well. It wasn't just that first stock. He's keeping the confidence going. You're seeing the movement on the platform as well. He's able to dash back onto it, even though he first moved off of it, dashing back. Now over on the corner, trying to find his way in with these side lights. Oh, the D-Sig actually picks him up.
What is happening on this edge here? A lot of weapon throws coming out from Luna. None of them connecting.
Yeah, it's just a lot of jumping, a lot of whiffs.
GC side sig, not gonna get punished, and now Luna just wants to end this game before it gets too dastardly. He knows that if he lets Magdi get onto that last stock, it could get a bit harder, and he's not gonna let it happen. Picks up the gauntlets. Magdi with a very interesting GC side.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question. What the heck was that? Luna was not anywhere close to him. He just burnt that dodge out there. That let Luna easily pick up the ground pound for the KO.
Now going into game 2 here, we don't have any character swaps. I feel like we would see Magdi go, okay, if you're going to play Diamond Head instead of your Taros here, I'm going to play my Asuri and I'm the better Katar player, or I'm going to play my Atori and I'm going to space out your Katars with Spear. But he just opts to continue playing the Storm Shadow. Maybe this is the breakout tournament for him. Maybe he realized that here, I'm actually good at it. I want to keep playing this moving forward. And that happens to a lot of people. They'll just like be playing a community tournament, or they'll be playing a tournament and they'll pick up their character in the middle of it and they'll just ride through it. Like Experience was going into Summers as a Lucian player. He played that Mordex that he knew he had at one point because it's fun. And he rode it all the way to the grand final. So maybe Luna's thinking with a similar mindset here.
Yeah, we definitely have those times where like a player gets a new game plan and all of a sudden it just clicks. And they're firing on all cylinders. They know exactly what they need to do. They've entered that flow state, and then they just stick with it and they keep going. Luna's doing a great job so far. I was wondering if Magdi was going to be able to like really slow things down this game and really play that range game, but Luna's been going toe-to-toe with him so far, so it's not like that long range. That zoning has been able to keep Luna out. So far, it's mostly been the gauntlets from him. There's the GC side signature, not going to be as unpunishable as if he had the Katars in his hands, but yeah, the neutral lights are doing a great job. The down airs are doing a great job. Luna's still going toe-to-toe. Now he has the Katars in hand. I love that he's been gravity canceling the GC side signature on the Katars. He does get punished there, but before it was when Magdi had the bow in his hand. So if Magdi wanted to use the range and go for the D-light, Luna is high enough above the ground while still throwing out the GC side sig.
Nice side air from Luna is going to open up some space for him on this second stock. On his second stock here. He needs to get this knockout onto Magdi, and he catches the recovery there. A GC sidelight, gonna push him just a bit off, and you can see the patience and the spacing, and that's what I love about Luna. Even in my head, I can like envision myself in these scenarios, and I can see myself rushing the play there, going for that nair a bit too early, or maybe just going for a ground pound. But Luna just waits it out so smoothly, gets that stock off, and now he's here playing the second one.
Magdi doing a great job playing the vertical game so far. A lot of down airs and nairs coming out. He's swapping back over to the bow. Goes for the side light. Gets the three-piece, actually. The side light, D-light into the side air. Now following it up with a neutral air. That actually interrupted the recovery coming out from Luna. You saw that animation showing what happened. There's the side light again. He doesn't immediately go for the D-light. He expected maybe a dodge in from Luna, which is why the D-sig came out. Not enough range on the neutral signature from Luna. Megdi now in stage control. Luna over on the edge. Beautiful dodge to get through the weapon toss. Also gravity cancels that side signature and almost takes the stock because of it.
Now Magdi with a GC there is going to waste his dodge, and you can see Luna with the punish instantly. Oh, a bit of mashing there from Magdi as he whiffs his down light, goes for an end light for coverage. Luna just says, I know what sword players like to do. They like to cover with that end light. I'm going to wait out both and then go for my recovery punish. Gets him the lead in this game, and now Magdi instantly bites back with a down light nair to even it up. It's basically been even. There's a lot of trading going on. Magdi can get a big lead, but he before he can find the knockout on his stock, Luna's already evened it up, and now Luna taking the aggressive stance here. He's taking the forward foot with these gauntlets, and he's looking for a big string if he can find it. But so far, it's just been a couple side airs, a couple end lights. There's the three-piece we're looking for, but doesn't go into any more.
You see him chasing Megdi across the stage, utilizing the movement speed of Caspian, and also using that dash. The dash landing to sort of take away some of those frames, snap him back down to the ground, and land in a dash to move him even more quickly. GC side sig came out, complete miss, does get the punish from Megdi. There's the two-piece from Luna. Megdi was way too high, completely jumped away, so he didn't get hit by that neutral signature from Luna.
That side air is going to close out the stock, and he's still going to eat the recovery, so he has no options to try to jump back to the stage with. And Megdi is now fallen in this elimination finals down 0-2. Luna instantly locks in the diamond head again, but now you can see Magdi, he's thinking about what he's going to play now. We've talked about his pool. He has it. What character is it going to be?
I think he's got to go Hattori. I think that's just going to be the most successful.
So you're saying if you were a betting man, it'd be the Hattori?
Oh, yeah. I'd be putting all my chips on Hattori. Oh, no. I just lost everything, Remy. It's over.
In one fell swoop, Sparky is broke. That's not what we want to see at all, Sparky.
It's all right. I'll put a mortgage on the house. It'll be okay. We'll come back next round, and we'll make sure we win this time.
That's what the house wants. They want you to put everything down, lose, and then give up. Come back and beat them.
Yup.
And that's what Megdi's going to do here. He's on the Surrey. He's going to come back, and he's going to beat Luna. And it's going to be in the Qatar Ditto, because that's the only thing that changed here, right? The sword is still here. The Qatars are new, though, and he's going to try to take it into the gauntlets and into the Qatars of Luna and see if he can get the advantage here.
I am looking forward to see how his Qatars are going to do once he gets in, if he can even get in on both Luna's gauntlets and his Qatars. I think this is going to be an interesting matchup for sure, because we really haven't seen this dynamic of two close-up weapons going up against one another from Luna and Megdi so far this set. So I think this is going to be a different game so far. Dude, Luna's spot dodges have been really good so far today.
Yeah, this guy is like out of his mind with these spot dodges. Even the aerial ones, like you mentioned last game, turned into GCs rather than dodges, so it's just so much value out of his spot dodges every single time. He's opted to switch to the gauntlets here, but Megdi is still on this Qatars, kind of playing neutral here. He gets the dodge read. That's going to be good. It's going to give him a lot of hits there, but it's not going to be the stock just yet as Luna fights his way back onto the stage.
Megdi does such a good job of just choosing when he wants to completely stay away and when he wants to go in. It's just like, I'm surprised every time he makes a choice, whether he wants to just completely create space or actually go in.
And he just does it so fast. He makes the decision so fast and so smooth. You can't even like, it's like you'll see them fighting back to right next to each other in 1 second, and then as soon as you blink, Megdi's somehow on a platform just spaced out correctly and waiting for the punish to happen. He's very good at it, and it's going to be advantages like that that give him the first stock here. And Luna needs to find a weapon. He needs to find some sort of signature or some read to get the stock off, because right now Megdi is running away with it, playing the neutral game so well.
And that's one of the biggest things people talk about when they talk about how good Caspian is. It's a lot of the signature kit coming through, and if you keep him off a weapon, he doesn't have that option. Megdi hits the neutral light, and he's also able to grab the sword in the process. Juggle game coming out, recovery's coming out, neutral air's coming out as well. Gets the vertical down play as well with the weapon toss. Continues the damage. Megdi with a massive lead.
Megdi has gotten him so far into this red that at this point he's also just looking for the knockout. That endlight's gonna disarm him. The second one's not gonna connect just yet, but he still has room to work with on this stock, because as I was about to say, Gauntlet is either gonna need a GC invested or a good read to get your stock away from you, and the GC is invested there by Luna, and it comes out on top as he gets the stock off. Downlight Ensig is barely gonna miss, but it's fine. It's cars.
He grabbed the KO almost instantly. He went for the D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy. Unfortunately, he picked up the D-Light like on the far edge of it, so he didn't have the lateral movement to get over in time to hit the GC in heavy. But still, the lead is there for Megdi. He has Luna already in the yellow.
Now the game is being played out. You can see the neutral air come through on the guitar string. No big reads here from Megdi. That was a really nice Ensig, just barely miss.
Oh, dude, he's just dicing him up with the neutral lights, and he gets the recovery and the KO. Megdi, he was down 0-2, and he's now taken a game. We're going to game number 4, Remy.
I told you, he knew he was the better guitar player. And
right.
now Luna has the advantage of the fact that he can switch off here, but it's Luna. He's an egoist. He is the blue lock character in Brawlhalla, so he's going to go, okay, you're not better than me at guitars, and the diamond head is going to be relocked in here. They're going to go back into it instantly. No counter picks, no thought process, just raw hands, or should I say blades with the guitars, but you get what's about to happen. We're on Apocalypse. That's the only change here. It's going to be a map diff.
Weapon immediately grabbed by Megdi. He wasn't disarmed for too long. Luna sweating. Really forcing the aerial game here, spending a lot of time in the air, picks up that neutral light, goes for the jump side air, but again, gets interrupted. Sword neutral light is like, that's Megdi's bread and butter. He doesn't even go for the D-light side airs, the D-light recoveries, the bread and butter. I mean, shoot, even on guitars as well, the neutral lights are just his absolute best friend.
Ooh. Now we've seen Luna fail to punish that Ensig twice now out of the end light, and it's mainly because he doesn't expect Megdi to do it. So after he's focused on getting out of the way on it, it's not in a way where it's like, okay, I'm close enough to punish, right? Luna opting to disarm himself here as he shuffles through his weapons. He just wants to get this knockout out. He doesn't really care what weapon he does on the gauntlet side. Is going to throw Megdi off stage. Throw's not going to confirm it, but the lack of options will.
And you know that even if Megdi was able to get over to the wall and touch, it was going to take absolutely everything, and Luna was going to be ready, likely with a D-Light ground pound that we saw him use so well earlier today. We haven't seen it in a minute, haven't really seen it too much at all, if at all, period, in the Megdi set. Oh, there's the double D-Light into the recovery. That's still not enough to KO, but you got to respect the attempt.
Yep, that double D-Light stemming off the fact that Luna actually dodged straight down after getting hit by that down air. But forget the dodge read from Megdi. Luna getting some dodge reads of his own. He gets so much value off of these combos.
Now he's going in with the D-Light ground pounds. We didn't see it at all, and then he goes for 2 back-to-back. Luna with a massive lead has Megdi in the later stages of orange. 1 or 2 more hits. He is now in the red and the side air. That's going to be the burn dodge, and again, Megdi cannot get over to the wall to reset his jumps. Luna with a full stock lead. We could be ending this set with a 3-1 in favor of Luna. That would be Megdi placing 3rd on the podium with the bronze medal around his neck.
And you can see Megdi going for a lot of movement options here, just trying to find something out of Luna. But Luna being really resilient. We're going to see a sidelight there, and it's instantly punished. And that's kind of the name of the game for Megdi here. That's what he's hoping he can make happen, right? Force Luna to make a mistake, punish it, but Luna not making any at all. You're just seeing him punish Megdi so hard here. The weapon throw leads to the downlight, picks it back up. And that's just what? That's incredible.
I love when Luna does stuff like that. It's those moments of confidence where everything just slows down and he's Quicksilver and he's able to do anything he wants to his opponent. He just sees the code ahead of time. He knows what's coming. He knows what his opponent is doing. He knows what the limitations are. He knows what the restrictions are based on the weapons that he has, based on the in-air movement economy that he and his opponent have. He's just so good at those moments of absolute confidence.
It's just practice that leads Luna to a position like this where he's able to just move the kit so fluidly. Like with guitars and with gauntlets and stuff, you're like, all right, I need to find a good read. I need to find a strong option here to get the knockout. Not him. He's doing weapon throw up, GC down light, picking it up just in time, just fast enough, and he's turning that into a knockout almost instantly after. It's so good. It's so fluid. And that's why Luna's not only placed himself as one of the best players in NA, but also one of the most hype and entertaining players to watch, because he goes for the big playmaker plays like that.
He's been a fan favorite. Like, since we really started knowing who Luna was, he's been a fan favorite ever since. It really doesn't matter what legend he's playing. It doesn't matter what weapons he's playing. It really doesn't matter what opponent he's playing, as people are always going to cheer for him. One, because he's really good at the game, and two, because he is just so entertaining to watch. He makes looking good and playing good, the Venn diagram of that, somehow he's able to make it look like a circle.
Ooh, we have it locked in here. It is the grand finals, guys. It is all of the bracket meeting into one spell, and it's Sandstorm, it's Luna. The Lucian is being locked in here, and we're going into map bans. There's no back this time. He knows he wants to play it. It's not like the Ragnar. Mirage is still locking for Sandstorm. The players, you can see the good luck, have fun in chat, the U2 coming out. They're non-toxic. They're spreading good vibes, good energy. All of this for Sandstorm to 3-0 him.
You think those are passive-aggressive, good look, have fun, you two?
Yeah, those are just hater good look, have funs. In real life, he's giving them the cold stare down across the computer screens.
So yeah, this is Luna,
luck,
man. He is swapping over to the Lucian. We just saw him make the swap to Diamond Head. It was lights out right out of the gate. Didn't need like any warm-up time whatsoever. And now he's doing essentially the same thing now against Sandstorm. But Sandstorm, he's not going to get gimped off the edge like we saw Meg D get gimped by that first game with Diamond Head.
Now, so far, for the most part, it looks like a lot of the advantage is being made by Sandstorm here as he's getting these dodge reads off of Luna.
Let's see what he's got for us with the Blasters gameplay to deal with the range that Sandstorm has. A lot of whiffs so far. Goes for the double D-light into the sider, and Sandstorm making quick work of that first stock. That was 33 seconds into the game. Luna even pausing as he spawns back in. That high movement speed, it seemed like he used all that movement speed to get over the blast zone as quickly as possible.
He hasn't even really done anything in Sandstorm yet, and he's already been lapped on the second stock. And what's scary about this is it's not like the Terrors where one or two good explosive plays can get the opponent to the red. He's going to have to work for these stocks. And it's Apocalypse, it's Lucian. He's going to have to work, and he's going to have to work hard for them as he is unable to find anything off stage there, and he gets sent back on by Sandstorm. Sandstorm's being lenient with him. He said, I don't want to take you out just yet. Go on stage, and we'll continue our work here. But as I say that, Luna getting a nice edge guard, getting a nice play on that left side there, is going to lead Sandstorm to lose his first stock.
That was huge. It wasn't like the most exciting thing. Like, we just got done talking about how flashy Luna is and how exciting he is to watch play, but that was just kind of, it was a slow burn of an edge guard that didn't forcibly send in the blast zone, but Sandstorm just ran out of in-air movement economy.
Luna.
He's starting something here. Sandstorm's able to get back to the main platform, didn't take too much damage. He only has about 60 damage on this stock, meanwhile Luna's in the red.
Sandstorm slightly overspacing that sideline. You can see Luna punishing accordingly with the blasters down light. And now Sandstorm, yeah, I was about to say, he just wants to end this stock. You're not going to see a lot of light attacks come out at this point. It's going to be the signatures, and it's going to be the side signature that takes the stock away from him. But Luna did a good job of bringing himself back in the game, all things considered, right? Because we saw where he was at, and we compare it to where he's at now. I'd rather be here than there, and he's already sending Sandstorm into the red with that recovery. Now he's just looking for the knockout.
He's finding his way in. He's going to have to really be careful on the neutral signature especially. He does hit that one, but you see how long you're in that animation. And if it doesn't hit and Sandstorm is anywhere near you, you know he's going to punish you. Nice, dude. The GC side signature, using it exactly like he was using the Qatar side signature on Caspian. He's gravity canceling it in the air, getting up high enough. it's not going to be quite the same to get away from the bow D-Light as it is like this the spear neutral light that Sandstorm just threw out. But he was able to spot dodge it and reach out with the side signature, turning around, sending into the blast zone. Luna's in a great spot here. He's still a little bit behind, and as I say that, he just took so much damage so quickly. Sandstorm ends it with a beautiful neutral signature, reminiscent of the way he used neutral signatures on more decks in the past, and he gets the stock.
Now, there's great spots, and that's where Luna was. He was in a spot where he could really play it out and make a comeback. But then there's also Sandstorm spots where he just knows exactly what you're about to do next. He reads the movement of Luna, turns that fact that he's been waking up, he's been fast falling, into an end sig after the side light, and he gets that stock off. Not relatively early, that was the red, but earlier than Luna would have liked, considering he still had room to play with there. Now you're seeing Luna take his time, sit in this lobby, think, okay, the Lucian, for all intents and purposes, Sandstorm gave away his first stock. Didn't work. We kind of got rolled at the opening there. What else do we have? Because the Terrace earlier, sure, it would took him to game 5, but it also didn't work. How many things do we want to pull out, right? And when it's Luna, he has that champion ocean. Some people have champion pools. So Sandstorm and Luna, they have champion oceans. They have a lot of things we can seek him out.
He's still thinking about it. Has not chosen a legend just yet. I would be afraid to take the Caspian into Sandstorm because I feel like he's just going to zone you out. But it's exactly what you just said. Is like, okay, well, what are the other options? Do you go for the Taros? Clearly not, because that 100% didn't work earlier. We already did that song and dance, and it wasn't great. So I don't actually like. Do you have any idea what you would do here, Remy? Okay, he's doing Diamond Head. Oh, Remy's gone. Okay. All right. Well, the answer that I'm sure Remy would have said is I would 100% go Diamond Head here, because that's exactly what happened. Oh, you're playing Koji?
I'm straight playing Koji. Okay. That's obvious. Also, Earthquake hit my camera, so now I panned up. My fault.
Nah, it's just showing to the sky because that's where you are. You're just above all the rest of us.
I just realized the picture of me is like above my jersey, so it's like I'm wearing my jersey backwards. Anyway, we're going into game 2 here. He is on the Diamond Head now, like you were mentioning. And Sandstorm's still going to be playing this Mirage for most part.
3, 2, let's see.
I don't think we're going to see a swap from Sandstorm the entire night.
I would hope that he shouldn't. He should not do that. His Mirage is incredible. I want to see him stick with this for a very, 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 very long time. I want to see him take this legend to BCX. I think if it, for some reason, doesn't work here, I think that just means he needs more practice with it, not to go a different direction.
No, I 100% agree, because we've seen his potential on it. We know he has the potential for victory on the Mirage. At the point where it's like, okay, why if I can win with this and they haven't made any patches on it, why would I switch off, right?
Luna's been doing a better job finding his way in. Of course, this is very early still in the game. Does get the burn dodge there. He just goes straight in with the raw ground pound. Didn't try and get behind Sandstorm to go for the GCD light into the ground pound. He's going even with Sandstorm so far here early on in game 1.
Yeah, this is a game looking much more even than the first one. Sandstorm's going to get a good forward-facing downlight there, and now look for the edge guard. Luna, with an aggressive recovery, is going to be left with no options to get caught out by Sandstorm's recovery on stage. And now Sandstorm, it's so scary being in this position, because even though you have him in knockout percent, if he gets one good dodge read on you, it could just make your stock completely disappear. Luna opting to just go for a raw recovery, doesn't want to have Sandstorm have that chance for that. And you can see Sandstorm slowly trying to run away with it. He's just going for these sidelights, and he's like, one of these reads have to work, but none of them do. And Luna able to avoid all the options of Sandstorm and finally gets that stock out of him without taking too much damage himself.
He's going to stick with the Katars or really move over to the Katars. You saw him charging up that throw of the gauntlets. Wants the damage build to be on these Katars here. Sandstorm pretty quick to come back over the wall. He's not spending a lot of time over on that edge before getting back to the main platform. Luna's finding his way in here. This time he goes for the D-Light into the ground pound and the down air, adding insult to injury, making sure that stock got ended right there.
He is so clean with these edge guard scenarios. You see the downlight ground pound. We've seen it. That's like the 6th one today. 4th one against Sandstorm. He gets it every single time he knows he can, and it looks so clean. But what is so nice about it after is that down air. Another thing I wanted to point out is that Sandstorm, it's one of these rare situations against Luna where we've seen Sandstorm miss a dodge punish twice now. Like, he's gotten Luna in a position where yeah, he wastes his dodge in the air, and you have Scythe, and it's like, what happens when you waste your dodge in the air versus Scythe? You get staircase all the way to the top of the map, and Luna's just micro spacing him so well to the point where he's like, yeah, I'm gonna miss my dodge. You're gonna slightly whiff trying to punish me. Not there though. That's what I'm
literally
talking
right
about.
there, right there. You saw that dodge come out. Sandstorm saw the dodge come out. He just saw the dodge come out again, and he was ready to continue that pressure.
Scythe, is that gonna knock out? Oh, just too far all the way on the right side of the map, but at this point, the next signature or the gauntlet recovery will be knocking out the top. Luna takes game 2. And now you can think he's feeling a little comfortable there, especially considering he took that game 2 with Sandstorm, for the most part, getting that stock off just by that Scythe ladder.
He was able to get in a lot better than I expected. I fully expected Sandstorm to be able to zone him out a lot better. Any of those initiations, I thought Sandstorm was just going to be able to use the range of both of his weapons to get through. We're still waiting on Luna to lock in. So even though he took that game, okay, we're seeing him come in now. He needed just a little bit of a breather, and we're going to be going back in. No legend swaps from either player. Luna's Diamond Head's only level 32.
I just now noticed that. Oh, okay. I was about to say, was it on purpose or was it a mistake? Because Fortress of Lions is getting banned here from Sandstorm on Sandstorm's side, and I know Luna's been leaving it open and been going to it. And I think we saw them play on it earlier when Luna was on the terrace, but now Sandstorm's opting to maybe give the options of the double platform map to Western Air Temple a chance to run first money paired with the Demon Island, but it is going to be the Apocalypse. The thing with Luna is he likes to keep us consistent. He doesn't like to fix what's not broken. He likes to improve on what's there, always working on himself more. So it's going to be the Apocalypse, the one he just won on, and he's just going to rely on more skill and more gameplay. Take this game 3.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
We're getting into this game. Luna versus Sandstorm. We're now in game 3. They're both able to grab weapons very early on. Luna's going to start this one. Oh my goodness. Sandstorm's going to start that one off big. Of course, he's not going to get a stock off of that, but he's already added up over 100 damage just like that.
Now, last game I was saying we have to think of Luna in a way where it's like, okay, he won that, and he would have won it harder if Sandstorm didn't get that huge Scythe ladder. But now we have to think, okay, Sandstorm only lost that because he wasn't getting multiple Scythe ladders as he opens up that first stock in a dominating manner. He's just running over Luna here with the Scythe and with the Spear. We see him opt for another Scythe to open up the second stock to and Luna trying to get an edge scenario there. He doesn't find it, but on his way back to stage is going to pick up a nice 3-piece, but it's 3 for 6. Like, it's like the Burger King meal. I know we're sponsored by Trolli, but it's 1 for 8 nuggets here at this point for Sandstorm.
And that makes my stomach feel a lot better than those BurgerKing nuggets does at the end of the day. So, dude, I think he just heard you. He heard you talking about him missing the dodges that were coming out from Luna. He's like, I'm the GOAT. I'm not letting him talk to me like that. And he, oh my gosh, he's been insane with it ever since.
Sound like N6 is gonna take that stock off, even at a point where he still has some room to play with. I think if he gets like N-Light recovery on Katars, it might take him out. Now we're looking at KO % for a bunch of moves, and it's gonna be the side sig that's the move of choice. But Luna, man, you have a lot of work to do, and at this point, you can't afford these GCs you've been going for. I know he does them because he likes to create that space, but at this point, Sandstorm is punishing it every single time, and it's costing him so much.
And it's Scythe after Scythe. That's why Sandstorm says Scythe forever. That's why that is his catchphrase, like a Pokemon.
Hashtag Scythe forever.
He's just so nasty with it. His spear's good, don't get me wrong, but he's just so... he looked like it was about to be over, and then the weapon toss, and he's turning this around, and that was a juice stock, and we're going to be moving into game 4 just like that.
Such a risky option that you can actually only imagine Sandstorm going for. Your weapon throws up, picks it up, and he goes for the diagonal recovery. Now, a lot of weapons, it's like, okay, if I pick my sword up there and I recover, I'm going straight up. If I pick my spear up there, I'm going straight up. But with the Scythe, you're forced in that diagonal trajectory. He recovers away from the stage, and if Luna just wasn't in that was going to be Sandstorm's stock. But he has the insight, he has the knowledge, and he's able to take that positioning and turn it into a full stock for himself. Luna, once again, not locking in. What is he going to lock?
I don't think it's the Diamond Head. I don't think there's anything that you can do with that legend in a realistic world that is going to be able to contend with what Sandstorm just did to him. I don't think that was a fluke whatsoever. 508 damage was all it took. That is 169.3 average per stock. You turn red at 150. People don't normally KO right when you turn red. It takes a lot more. We were seeing Meg D average 230 damage per stock on several games today, but Sandstorm, all he needed was 19 damage past red averaged out for each stock to clinch that game. He looks unstoppable.
I mean, he is unstoppable. It is Sandstorm. This is I would say is the world champion we're talking about, but and Paul is the current world champion, but this is Sandstorm. He has that years of experience, that natural talent, and like I mentioned it the first game, like yeah, you're not catching the dodges, but he's gonna adapt to it almost instantly after I call it out for him. Maybe he's watching the stream. Maybe if you need coaching, you know where to find him. No, you can't give that for free, right? If he's gonna take the coach, I gotta get paid something too.
He already got what he needed. Like what else are you gonna tell him?
He already stole it.
Yeah, he got his free trial and he binged the entire series in that week, and he's good. Like you messed up.
This is my fault. Why am I casting? I gotta keep my secrets to myself.
Real.
Lucian is coming back out for Luna here. The map bans are really interesting as we've seen the APOC been taking off. We've seen Demon been taking off. He's thinking real hard and slow about how he wants to get into this game 5.
I think you go. I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I had my order mixed up. I thought Sandstorm was gonna be picking from like Small Brawl, Small Enigma, and then the other one. I was gonna say if you're Sandstorm, just go Brawlhaven. Like you just take him out. It's over. But no, of course Luna continued to ban that out. We're going to Fortress of Lions. We got one soft platform, and of course the giant wedge on the bottom side of the stage, so you can't go under.
This is definitely an interesting option from Luna because we see him ban out epoxy, we see him ban out the big maps, and sure, smaller Fortress of Lions has that big ceiling, but it does have that relatively dragged in center hitbox from the left and right, so maybe he's going to be looking for these horizontal KOs instead. As I say that though, he starts carrying Sandstorm up into the sky. We're seeing a lot better of an opening with the Lucian this time than we saw last time, but Sandstorm, he's still keeping pace, he's still keeping even, and with the blasters, he gets so much value off of, but they're just going back and forth hit for hit. It's gonna be whoever can get this first big interaction here that takes the lead in this game. And we're seeing Sandstorm with the spacing for himself.
I was waiting for the side C to come out. The space that Sandstorm was putting between him and Luna while Luna was over on the wall, I was waiting for the side C. It came out, it didn't make a connection, it missed, and Luna actually gets the first stock. Is he going to? Okay, it looked like he was still playing it close to the chest with where those blasters were, so I didn't know if he was going to try and throw his guitars away to grab the blasters again. Just like that, evened up in a heartbeat. We're just a minute 05 into this game. Sandstorm with weapon advantage. That neutral air, back-to-back neutral air is giving him plenty of room to pick up the blasters. Even picks up the second blast of that blaster's neutralizer.
That's a dodge though. Sandstorm not finding anything more than 2 taps with it, but those 2 taps is relevant damage for how even we've been seeing this game go. And I just want to point it out. We saw Luna take that first stock, yes, but he was so damaged that he came back, and all it took was Sandstorm hitting him with a nice scythe sidelight like we're seeing him do here.
Ooh.
Take the stock, scythe sidelight, and then the third one goes into the end sync. The stock is absolutely ripped away from Luna just off those interactions alone, and now he has to match the damage and find a knockout for himself. It's looking like Sandstorm wants to close it off here.
And that's a perfect example of what you were just talking about earlier with the blast zones, is if you picked up that neutral signature from the middle of the stage, you're sending to the farthest area away that you possibly can to get a KO. It's that 45-degree angle. Those are tough to find KOs from. But because he picked it up out over on the edge, he ended up sending into the left blast zone. And it was so early, Remy. That was an orange KO, gave him a gigantic lead. He now has Luna in the red. He's already up 2-1. He has the W next to his name. He only has to win one more game before the bracket reset, and Sandstorm takes the tournament.
At this point, you're just wondering what Sandstorm is... Oh, well, not what Sandstorm, what Luna is thinking, what he can do. There's the double-sider. Those close walls are going to give him that knockout where other maps wouldn't. That's the benefit of the map. But now, you need the benefits of your characters. You need these guitars to do extreme amounts of work here because you're a downlight Sair away from the game going over to Sandstorm. The tournament going away from going over to Sandstorm. What will Luna do? The jump Sair is not it. The side light gets the read off, and it is not anything more than a down light, because the dare he goes for is instantly punished, the prize pool is instantly picked up, and grand finals is instantly ended by Sandstorm.
Sandstorm is your League Trolley Brawlhalla Bash champion. He takes it with the Mirage. He made it look easy. He forced Luna onto 2 different legends. Well, really 3rd if you're including a previous set that happened, including that Taros. Completely shut that down. That wasn't even an option here in Grand Finals. He tried the Diamond Head. Seemed like it might have worked for a second, but no, Sandstorm shut that down very quickly. Moved over onto the Lucian. You know, started out early on in the game. They were going 1 for 1, back and forth, and all of a sudden everything changed. Sandstorm, ladies and gentlemen, he is back. We have a contender for world champion that I did not really think was going to be an option here until very, very recently.
Yeah, it's so scary because it's Sandstorm too, so you know how the streak goes. Like we've seen very few breaks in his streaks. It was the one time where Cody was able to break the streak, and we've seen some other people. Not off the top of my head, I can't remember, but the streak has been broken. He's been finding himself losing at times, but it's Sandstorm. After BCX 18, it was just Sandstorm, and now ever since NSYG Brawl's biggest event of the year, it's been Sandstorm for the 3P. He's going with momentum into the Summer Royale. It's very scary to see when he gets moving, because it's like a lot of people when they're at the top, it's like, all right, come challenge me and I'll either move forward for higher up or you'll take me down. I'll start losing. With Sandstorm, it's like, I'm at the top, let me just keep going up. You'll never touch me. And it's so scary to see him back in form like this,
because we've seen the way that other people are at the top. I'm looking at Impala, and he kept his momentum going at the top for several tournaments. That was my biggest question mark. But even when he's able to do that, you saw some of his tweets today, he can still struggle to stay there at the top. Those mental blocks come through. Very, very, very few people are able to defeat those mental blocks and keep that momentum going like Sandstorm. I would say that virtually nobody is able to do that like Sandstorm. He is truly a generational talent. We thought he was just going to have the dynasty back when he did, and it was long. It was the Sandstorm era. He truly proved himself as the GOAT of Brawlhalla, the best to ever pick up the sticks. And then it's like, okay, it was over, and we move on to the next group of people. But I think
it's just giving major Disney vibes where it's like, all right, Bill is out. Wait, Bill is in. It's a different Bill, but no, old Bill is coming back, and Sandstorm is just old Bill. He's back here to just take over again, and it's just very interesting. BCX is going to be a movie. We already talked about it, but BCX.live, if you're still keeping up and you want to go out to these events, BCX is still happening this year, November 3rd through 5th. We're going to be so excited to get you all out there. It's going to be an amazing time. The people at BMG are doing their hardest work. Make sure you sign up early, because like Sparky said, the earlier you sign up, the more numbers we have early, the more numbers they know they have to take care of. They know the space they need, the stuff they need. It's going to be an amazing time, so get your tickets now rather than later.
Thank you so much to everybody involved in the production of the League Trolley Brawlhalla Bash. That includes NSYG Brawls, Bearded Brawls, Slow Motion, Sandwick, of course Brawlhalla, and of course Trolli for providing the $3,000 prize pool, and of course all those worms, baby. We love the worms. That is, of course, in summary, top 8 of 2v2 were in the money and the worms. And then top 16 of 1v1s also got their worms prize package as well. This was an incredible weekend. I loved watching all of the sets that we had. This is like the beginning of the end of this year. This tournament has major implications for what happens the rest of this year leading up to BCX. Remy, I had a great time with you this weekend, brother.
Sparky, every single weekend with you is like a dream that I hope never ends, but it is coming to a close here. Don't worry, though. You know where to find us, at NNRemy, at WhoIsSparky on Twitter. Follow all the socials, follow the good stuff. Follow Brawlhalla on Twitter if you're already not. Follow NSYG Official on Twitter if you're already not. Join the NSYG Discord, because it's not just one time for them. These guys at NSYG, they're always working hard to get you more competitive Brawlhalla happening your way. And it's just amazing to watch them grow and keep going on. So
thank you guys.
Yeah, Sparky, it's been a good weekend.
Yep.
Thank you all so much for coming out here with us, ones and twos, with a big success, and we can't wait to see you in the next one.
For us here, thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to go to start.gg/Brawlhalla to see any future official and community tournaments, some of which will be from the production that put on this tournament in Sig Brawls and Bearded Brawls as well. Can't wait to see you in bracket. Can't wait to see you on stream. Can't wait to see you in chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. That's it.
Getting a pogo and turn it into a nice string. Oh, gravity cancel D-Light. Here though, Sandstorm's gonna be feeling pretty good right now. Just needs any KO option. There. Wow.
Yeah.
That is gonna go ahead and take the stock.
Now Sandstorm goes too far off that ledge, allowing for Magdi to do so, get his footing, get that.
Gonna swap position with Sandstorm. The Sandstorm's gonna push him right back out. Double Sayer.
He almost just died off that option Sandstorm took it, but Magdi's like, you know what?
But Impala doesn't. Ooh, nice stop. His selection against Luna if things aren't going his way. Luna clapping. I don't even know if it would take that much off of that axe. But Luna just getting the advantage in every situation except for that dare. But Impala gonna get that weapon throw and gonna get that stock off. But he's
like, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and taunt you a little bit by moving around. Gets that falling side the entire time. I almost guarantee it.
Oh no!
Oh, he saved him.
Hovered back up to the sky. Back on. Oh my goodness! Another Sarah Pro shot. Does he go for a fourth one? Oh my God!
For a fifth? Can we see the fifth? Come on, go for it.
No way. No way, that'll work.
See, and the Pierre is definitely one step ahead of Jeff. He wanted signature or gravity cancel down signature maybe. Or recovery.
Nice
There we go.
recovery.
That works out so.
Battle his way over. Java taking full advantage over it though, and again,
We only go unarmed against Java. That recovery knocks out and
we're into that sword. As Java misses his Sayer. Oh no.
your advantage for these knockout options. We saw it game one. Snowy's like, I'm not getting in. Nice. Oh, the recovery misses.
Oh! He's still putting damage on Snowy, but look how deep in red he is. Wow. That D-Light is...
Sights right now is one of the main weapons. That's one of the best ones right now.
Currently having a hard time to go ahead and make that adjustment. Magneto gonna go ahead and...
Yeah, this is the first stock, so we're gonna see someone have a little bit of a lead.
Here, right here, Magneto get reversed. Oh no!
Sword Sider can knock out, can't it? Bam. It just knocks out Pierre.
Now has that sword. Pierre is literally fighting for everything right now, but
their arm's going crazy though. Launching Snowy into the red, but Snowy's can's gonna...
They're keeping the spacing with another one. And Snowy going in, and Apollo doing a really good job holding on to the stock. That defense in the Kaya, that recovery is super close. Apollo's getting in a pretty dial. Oh my goodness. Still pushing to get back, and Impala shut out. Oh no, it could be either one of these guys. Who's it gonna be? AJ. Oh no, that dare might have done it. It did.
Seeing him take almost a full stock advantage over Luna here, as Luna finally closes.
Get back, so he's still got the stock nonetheless. He's made the lead quite a bit smaller.
He doesn't want Luna to pick up a weapon and have a chance to clear him here. He's gonna catch him lacking. At this point, it's the benefit of Sandstorm because Luna doesn't want to trade hits. He wants to trade stocks, and he's gonna get it.
Option, but really, like, it still had some range. Those two. Oh, and he picks up the bait from the yellow color of the Trolli Sour Fry Crawler.
The double sider is gonna change that color. Now we're on the tangy orange.
He can do it a lot, quite a bit, but not nearly as much as he was in Dream Agripencia. Next, he does have the guitars. He's fishing for the side airs. Finally gets the recovery to get one unarmed here. You can take the spear if you want, Mickey. Weapon spawn coming in.
Neutral air cannon. I mean, you're 100% right, though. A lot of the top
does pick up the spear. Neutral Sync comes out, was really far away on it. So
Apocalypse coming in clutch. It's gonna be one more hit from Magneto. There's the downlight. There's the nair. He does to take this stock off of Luna, and Luna's not really letting him. You can see all these hits. The sidelight gonna push him just a bit off, and you can see the patience and the spacing as the stock off downlight. And is barely gonna miss, but it's fine. The downlight side is gonna throw Magneto off stage. He was not gonna confirm his put. Hoping you can make happen, right? Force Luna to make a mistake, punish it, but Luna not making any at all. You're just seeing him punish Maggie so
my
hard.
God!
What will Luna do? jump stare is not it. The side light, it's the read off, and it is not anything more than a down light because the dare he goes for is instantly punished. The prize pool is instantly picked up, and grand finals is instantly ended by Sandstorm.
Sandstorm is your League Trolley Brawlhalla Bash champion. He takes it with the Mirage. He made it look easy. He forced Luna onto 2 different legends. Well, really 3rd if you're including a previous set that happened, including that Taros. Completely shut that down. That wasn't even an option.